15 years ago now, so he's been around a while.
Just lost the cue ball a bit. Didn't want to come that close to the pocket. I think he's all right. Send the cue ball up off the top rail. Off this right side rail first, then the top rail. He's not happy with Summit though, is he? Yeah, that's the shot I thought was on. Maybe it was the shot clock. Maybe he just waited to call his extension or something.
Well, he hasn't looked phased at all by playing on the main table against one of the best players in the world. And now, oh, what a chance he was given by what he'd done previously to get a rack on the board. It looked as though he might have passed it up, and then the 9-ball just died of exhaustion. So I think the way he's played so far would have been harsh for him to be 4-0 down, and he isn't. Chiverdi has won the 4th rack against Ko Pin-Yi. It's 3-1. Mentioned Naoki Oi, who won a ranking event just a couple of days ago. He had a close one already today against Khalid Al-Otaibi of Saudi Arabia, but got through 9-8. Sam Henderson, young American player, has won 9-7 against Joe Prince. So could now face an All-American clash with BJ Ussery in the next round if Ussery wins the decider against Dean Shields. Janiuski going very well, 5-0 up on Britain's James Telfer. Close one going on table 4 between the experienced Swiss player Michael Schneider and Dan Afriat of Romania. That one is 7-all at the moment. Dean Shields has pulled off that win over BJ Ussery, winning 9-8, so that's a very good result for Shields, who will now play Sam Henderson in the next round. Mohamed Soufi flying 6-0 against Ilka Kangas. Tim de Ruyter 5-0 up on Nishan Hulbig. Badr Alawadi's won the first couple of racks against Tony Drago. Mark Bijsterbosch 6-1 against Peter Lukovsky. So our first look at Chiverdi's break, and he's made the one in the side as well.
Referee just removing the template, the racking template that is. That gets all the balls touching, so everyone's got the perfect rack. And what's he got here? Not a lot. Could be the hook. Is he pushing it into the pink ball? Did he get there? What's he left? No, that's a poor shot.
Disappointing World Championship a couple of months back in Saudi Arabia for Ko Pin-Yi. Went out as early as the last 64 to Patrick Gonzalez of the Philippines. Got a bit further at the UK Open, reached the last 16, but again it ended in disappointment because he would have been expected to beat Tobias Bongers, but came out the wrong side of that one. In terms of the other Matchroom events this year though, the Invitationals we had at the start of the season, did well in those, got to the final of the Premier League over in the States, lost to Shane Van Boning, and had a remarkable 10-1 win over Francisco Sanchez Ruiz at the World Masters to get through to the semis, where he pushed Joshua Filler hard before losing 11-8.
think he's been called on a foul, you know, Michael.
Well, yeah. I think he ran out of time and didn't call his extension. Yeah, so ball in hand for Ko Pin-Yi. Well, that shows a lack of experience, I guess, on this sort of stage.
Yeah, something so simple. Make sure you manage your shot clock.
Well, he may literally never have played with a shot clock before.
Yeah, this is a nice shot to watch. He'll swing the cue ball around the table because it's the purple 5 after this pink 4. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 rails, possibly even 5. Loads of right English. Could also draw it back near the side. Yeah, here's the 4th rail. That gets you closer to the purple 5. That's why he went that route. I think the early couple of mistakes from Ko has just slowed him in his tracks a little bit. Usually plays a little bit quicker than this.
But you know, we often see in matches like this where it's a big name against a complete outsider in the early stages of an open event, where the second favourite, let's say, comes out, offers no resistance at all, clearly struggles with the conditions, and then it just becomes a matter of going through the motions to get a 9-0 or 9-1 win. But probably something like this, where you miss a few yourself, your opponent presents you with a few questions, it probably does you much more good. Having been a top player yourself, you would know, Carl. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I always felt it was a funny one. If you, I mean, no disrespect to any opponents you play, but if you feel like you're going to get chances, as what you've seen in a couple of racks, oh, you can almost take your foot off the pedal a little bit, can't you? You don't want to, of course. You want to go out there and play well, but even if you do go out there and play well, then you've got the counter argument of thinking, well, I need to do that against one of the top players when it matters. Which sounds crazy because it still matters, but weird how the brain works.
So Ko Pin-Yi has restored his 3-rack lead. It's now 4-1 in the first round of the European Open. Ivan Coelho of Portugal just needs a couple more against the young Finnish player Riku Rompainen, 7-1. Another player from Finland going very nicely though, Jani Uski, 6-0 against James Telfer. Close one going on between Yuma Dorner and Sasha-Andre Tega, both German players. Dorner just ahead at 7-6, winner of that plays Aloysius Yap. Dimitris Loukatos, who's been a quarter-finalist in one of these events in the past. 6-all against Yuri Pishklov. Albin Ocean, winner here 2 years ago. 3-0 up and at the table, closing in on 4-0 against Italy's Carlo Blasi. Sanyan Pelovanovic could be heading for a whitewash victory. He now leads Andrei Shiklin 7-0. Seems to have got there pretty quickly as well. Dan Afriat of Romania on the hill now, 8-7 against Michael Schneider. Tony Drago is 1-rack 3 to close to 2-1 down against Badr Alawadi. Mark Bijsterbosch just needs a couple more, leading 7-1 against Peter Lukowski of Poland. And Jose Alberto Delgado is 5-1 up on Germany's Stefan Kasper. So we've seen the one in the side every time from both players in this match. Ko Pin-Yi breaking with a 4-1 lead. Not this time though, Carl. And he's left it.
Yeah, and I think he can get on the 2 ball after potting this 1 as well. Hopefully just can slide past that green 6. Like, he must be able to. He's getting down pretty quick. He just stunned straight into it.
Won so much, Ko Pin-Yi. Talked about that World Championship win. He also won the World Cup of Pool the same year with Chang Yu-Long. Beat England in the final in London. And of course, World Masters winner last year. And he laid down a marker on the opening night, thrashing Jason Shaw 9-1. Then saw off Shane Van Boening. James Aranis, who had such a good week in a close semi-final, but then cruised past Eklund Kachi in the final.
Look at that for a safety shot. Speed, the line. It had it all. Sounds simple, but just make sure you hit the blue to it. You know, if you give ball in hand up, you're in trouble. But if you get the hit like he did, well, you can fluke a ball. He's fluked the purple 5. That just shows you how important it is to always try and make sure you hit that ball out of a hook.
And we always say this, don't we, that, you know, for all the thinking and analysis, sometimes it's just reduced to balls running round a table and something like that can happen. And although it didn't lead to him then potting the 2, he has been able to ask another question of Ko Pin-Yi here.
I thought Fahad was going to go for the pot at first on the blue 2. Decided it wasn't for him. Cole feels like there's a gap here. Watch the cue ball, he might draw it a little bit. Yeah, it just draws. I think he played the 7, you know. That was a classy shot. Can't stress how awkward they are.
He had more good runs last year off the back of that World Masters win. He was a semi-finalist at the UK Open just a few weeks later. He also got to the quarter-finals of the Spanish Open. That was played in midsummer last year in Lugo. He lost there 10-0 to Skylar Woodward. And I remember saying something along the lines of, well, you might never see this again, Ko Pin-Yi losing a match 10-0. And we came here a few weeks later for the European Open, and he lost 10-0 again to Anton Raga.
It's hard to believe one of the best players in the world could lose 10 racks to 0, but it does happen from time to time.
So this 6th rack started with the first dry break of the match, but it's finished the same way as most of the others we've seen so far in this contest, with Ko Pin-Yi potting the 9, and he's now more than halfway to victory. He leads 5-1. Hill now on table 4 between Michael Schneider of Switzerland and the Romanian Dan Afriat. Close going early on between the vastly experienced and successful Darren Appleton against Denis Lashkovsky. That one's 2-all. Also close going between the American Hunter Lombardo and Ivan Rudenko of Ukraine. Lombardo leading there, 4-3 at the moment. Shane Wolford, Mosconi Cup player, 3-2 down to Tobias Huas. Albin Ocean has stretched it to 4-0 now against Carlo Blasi. And Tony Drago from 2-0 down has levelled at 2-all with Badr Al Awadi. Good to see Drago here, former World Masters winner, and made his impact on the Mosconi Cup over the years as well. Doesn't play in many of these tournaments nowadays, but he is here in Fulda. And he's giving a good account of himself against Al Awadi. Mark Boisterbosch, so nearly the Spanish Open champion last year, and so nearly through to the next round here because he has an 8-1 lead against Peter Lukovsky. Opigny, not quite at that stage yet, but he's heading in the right direction. Now very much in control at 5-1.
From this angle, when you're looking on your screens, it's always quite hard to see. Yeah, it might just go off the right jaw, the right hand side of the pocket, that is. A pool player doesn't like this though. You always like to feel you've got all the pocket to shoot in. Yeah, went nicely. Cue ball could come round. We got a possible 4-9 combo. Needs to avoid hitting the 6 ball. It's going forward off 2 rails. Looks like it's going towards the 6, so he needs to just cheat the angle. Yeah, had to stun it. Bump the 8. Holds the hand up. It's all about this 4-9 combo.
This is for the first break and run of the match. Four-9 combo does get it done. And now Copigny only needs 3 more. He leads 6-1. So should be safe progress now. Obviously not a great deal has changed while that rack was going on because it was so short. Sanjin Pelovanovic though has moved to the hill. 8-0 now against Germany's Andrei Schickling. Jose Alberto Delgado, who reached the semi-finals here 2 years ago, leading 6-3 against Germany's Stefan Kasper. And that's what we have on the main tables today. Lucius Jaap already through comfortably against So Soa. Albin Ocean 4-0 in front, as I was saying, against Carlo Blasi. Duong Quoc Huang will be next up on that table. Duong from Vietnam, winner of the Scottish Open in May, plays Abdullah Alenzi. Here on this table next up we'll see Jason Shaw against Lukas Lubchik of Germany. And plenty more action to come later on in the day. We don't know what the other matches will be on the main tables because they will be in subsequent rounds. Effectively what happens is over the first couple of days we've got one half of the draw starts off on day 1 and then the other half on the next day. It's only after that that we start seeing all the remaining players playing on the same day. So Copigny 6-1 up after that 4-9 combination. Looking for 3 more. Oh, that's the second time in the last 3 racks that he's missed the one off the break. And Chiverdi will not be too disappointed with how these have finished.
Yeah, it just shows you how good you've got to hit the break. One ball hit the point, stayed on the table.
Mark Bijsterbosch has now won 9-1 against Poland's Peter Lukowski. And at the moment looks like playing Jose Alberto Delgado in the next round. As I said, Delgado 6-3 up on Stefan Kasper.
Two options: flick off the side of the one, that runs the cue ball, or go full into the one, that will move the 8. Yeah, that's what he's played. Lost this though, knows it, left the pot. Looks quite straight though, doesn't it? You might have to dig down on the cue ball to play a stop shot, which means you have to hit it a little firmer, which means you could miss the pot more. Well, someone needs to throw the towel in, I think, Michael.
Yeah, it's a pity because early on he was perhaps a little bit unfortunate and could have won both of the first couple of racks. But as I was saying before we even started, you sometimes see this with very inexperienced players when they play in this sort of situation. Once they start to miss one or two, it can all go very ragged, and I think that maybe is what's happening to Shaverdi here.
Extension.
Couple more winners to tell you about in the last few moments. Jan Ioski 9-0 over James Telfer. Una Dorner has now finished it off. Strong finish against Sasha Andre Tega, pulling away for a 9-6 win. And will now face Aloysius Yap. Another winner, Sanjin Pelovanovic, through without losing a rack against Andrei Schickling, 9-0. We've seen Pelovanovic do well in a number of matchroom events now, go very deep in them. Do you think he's at a level where he could win one of these? Or is it too early for that?
No, I think he can definitely snap one of these events off. We just know how hard it is to do that, don't we? But as you said, he has knocked on the door. He's been to semis, hasn't he? Is it the semis in Hanoi?
Yeah, and I think when you look at what happened at the UK Open, well, Robbie Capito won the title, and I think going into that you would probably have rated Pelovanovic significantly higher than Capito as an imminent title-winning prospect. So when players see things like that, they look at it and say, yeah, Capito's a very good player, but he's no better than me, so if he can win one, I can.
Well, that positional shot was out of the top draw. Really was.
Here's a question for you, actually, off the back of that, Carl. If you were told that somebody was going to win the tournament this week or sometime soon who hasn't won one of these before, who would you say would be the most likely? If you want to look at it in terms of who's first in the queue, obviously that isn't how it works, but who would be the most likely player, do you think, to make that breakthrough who hasn't won a tournament like this yet?
Do you know, I feel like man who got to the final last year, Raga. Really like his game. He's a very clever player. He's got a lot of bottle, a lot of heart. I know he's regarded as, not saying the best, but one of the best in the Philippines right now.
Yeah, that's actually a brilliant shout. I can't disagree with that even slightly. So Ko Pin-Yi has now won 4 racks in a row. It's his longest winning streak so far in the match, and it's taken him to within a couple more racks of victory. He now leads 7-1.
Are we talking open events or?
Yeah, an event of this stature, you know, where you've got the television cameras, everyone's here.
Yeah, I think it's Raga for me. He would be my pick.
Dimitris Loukatos, who's been a quarter-finalist in one of these big Matchroom Open events before, is now on the hill at 8-6 against Yuri Pishklov.
I thought that was your pick then when you said Dimitris Loukatos. I said, that's a big pick.
No, actually, do you know what? It's funny, normally when you have conversations like that in any sport, there are a lot of names thrown in the mix and people have different opinions. I think pretty much everyone would say Raga. I think that's a very good shout. Ivan Coelho of Portugal has now won 9-2 against the young Finnish player Riku Rompeinen. That's a decent result. And Dan Afriat of Romania has won 9-8 against Michael Schneider. Will now face Fouad Abdullah Almdan of Saudi Arabia, who had a walkover earlier. Jeffrey Roda, one of the Philippines players who unfortunately didn't make it here because of travel issues. That'll be particularly disappointing for Roda because he showed good form in getting to the final in China recently. Lost to this man, Ko Pin-Yi, who's now leading 7-1, has made the one in the side and looks to have a shot here.
Yeah, that type of shot's always a little tricky. You've got to roll the ball. You have to roll it to stay on the red 3. You can't play it with any pace. 2 ball didn't go in clean, but again, that's because he had to roll the cue ball. It's a tidy split now, though, isn't it? All the balls are in the open. It's just all about good cue ball control. Just get the rack one. Get yourself on the hill and then just wrap the match up. Get out of here. Get yourself into the next round. You may sweat one of his brothers playing. That's likely that. One of the Cole brothers will be out there. They often watch each other play, don't they? Support each other.
He's one of those players, Ko Pin-Yi, who never seems to be far away from his next good week. Even if he has a couple of tournaments where he doesn't do so well, you know, it's never really going to be that long before he shows up somewhere and performs. And when he won that tournament in China recently, it was actually the 4th ranking event he's won since we started this World 9-Ball Tour structure with the ranking list about 2.5 years ago. It's only Sanchez, Ruiz and Shaw on 6. And then Filler and Gorst on 5 each, who've won more than him in that time. Won a couple in Singapore. He won in Bucharest a couple of years ago as well. So that's in addition to winning the World Masters, which obviously isn't a ranking event. So we've seen it over the last few years. He never goes long without making a big impact and going deep, generally very deep, somewhere along the way.
Yeah, he's also in that list of players who they always qualify, don't they, for single elim. They never bow out at this stage of tournaments, do they? Very much like Joshua Filler, he always seems to be there playing a part in a pool tournament, doesn't he? Wants an angle on the 8 ball, which he has. Cue ball control is going to be key this week, just because of the pocket. It's just under 4 inch on this diamond table.
So, second break and run of the match. A more conventional one this time. The one in rack 7 was achieved early with a 4-9 combination. This time, Ko Pin Yi cruising to the hill. 8-1 now he leads against Farhad Chaverdi. Mohamed Soufi is on the hill at 8-1 against Ilga Kangas. And this is Naoyuki Oi, winner of a ranking event in Helsinki just a couple of days ago. He had his work cut out earlier against Khalid Al Otaibi of Saudi Arabia. Went hill. We're always used to hearing Naoyuki make all sorts of noises during his matches. I think that was one of relief. You don't often see a celebration like that as early as the first round, particularly when it's a player who was expected to win anyway. But Oi is through, 9-8, and will play Daniel Maciol of Poland. Dangerous opponent. He's had some good wins against top players in recent years. That'll be coming up in the next round. Dimitris Loukatos pulled away towards the end to beat Yuri Pishklov, 9-6. That one's just finished. This one may well finish very soon. 8-1 to Ko Pin Yi. Last break of the match. So of the 9 breaks he's had, made the one 7 times.
Yeah, that's very good break in that. He's not really had a lot of shots, has he, after the break as well. Is he going to have a go at the 2 ball in left centre? It's very thin. Is he going to play a hook? Well, it is the safety. Sending the blue 2 into the purple 5 as well.
Carlo Blasi of Italy is really battling back. He's only 1 behind now against the 2022 winner, Albin Ocean, 4-3. And Stefan Kasper of Germany is also putting it up to Jose Alberto Delgado, who was a semi-finalist that same week 2 years ago. It's 6-5 in Delgado's favour at the moment.
Don't think you can pop this blue 2, Michael, so it will be a safety shot again.
Yeah, you talked about Ko Pin Yi always getting through the early rounds. He was very consistent at doing that in all 6 of the Matchroom Big Field events last year. In fact, but for losing a hill finish at the US Open, he would have been last 32 in all 6 of them. And that underlines the point you're making. And you look at the players who knocked him out of those tournaments, it was the likes of Filler, Woodward, Gorst, Raga here.
Nice. Let's get a few exhibition shots in there.
Well, I think he's at a stage now, isn't he, where he just wants a few more moments to remember from his big day on the main table. He's given himself one there.
I was convinced he could have potted that in the left corner then, past the 6 and the purple 5. Maybe he couldn't.
Michael Ågaard of Norway is now leading 4-0 against Poland's Hubert Lepotko, who was in a world ranking final just a couple of months back against Mickey Kraus in Romania. And this may well be the end coming up here. And the winner of this will play Badr Alawadi or Tony Drago. We're still a long way from knowing which of them it's going to be. Alawadi in front, but only 5-3.
He won't take too much from this performance, Ko Pin-Yi. It won't really bother him, even the few mistakes early on. As the event goes a little deeper, the opponents will get tougher, and it's when you've got to really bring your game, haven't you? You've got to get stronger throughout the tournament.
Well, that's it. Whoever wins the event come Sunday night, we won't even remember their early matches by that stage. So Shaverdi, with a bit of fortune, you know, might well have won a couple of racks early on. He did get one on the board to close to 3-1, but after that, half a dozen in a row for Ko Pin-Yi, including a couple of breaking runs along the way, and he is the winner by 9 racks to 1. So victory for one of the biggest names in the game, who was a big tournament winner in 2023. So was Jason Shaw, and he'll be up on the main table in a few minutes' time.
perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's got it!
And for me, the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Well ahead, looked like a comprehensive victory. But Blassie, not only back to just 2 racks behind, but also with a wonderful chance to make it 1 here in rack 9. Clearly a good cueist. Aushin's not been having the best time of it lately. The champion here 2 years ago might be considered a little vulnerable. It was a pretty high tariff pot in itself. Gaining position on the 3 ball made it even tougher, but at least he's got cover. The brown 7 providing that. Remember, no shock lock on table 1, so the pace of play a little slower. And now you can see Aushin trudging away from the table because he's left the 2 on, and the rest of the table is wide open. This youthful Italian is giving the great man a game. Jeremy Jones, I like the technical aspect of Blassie's game. He looks a good cueist to me.
Yeah, at first look, maybe started on the snooker side of things. Just a few little mannerisms that the snooker players carry a bit more than the pool players. But yeah, he's in a battle here. He's got a chance to make it a one game set so far. Yeah, nice cue action there.
No great snooker heritage in Italy. The biggest contribution Italy made to snooker, and continues to do so, it provides the slates for the tables.
Yeah, the Italian slates have always been a part of Q Sports, it seems. Well, it's staying pretty handy here. I mean, not a difficult layout, obviously, but been in pretty prime position on every ball.
We will be picking up coverage, our scheduled coverage on the main match table of Jason Shaw against Lukas Lubčić shortly. So the way the score is here, we will not see the end of this, but you can watch all of the action on Table 1 if you want to. This match and all of the forthcoming contests there on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Yeah, you gotta like what you see here from the young man. Very good timing with the swing as well. Not babying the ball much. Little funny here. Looks like top inside may come across the 9 somewhat close, so he's going to cue downward, trying to stun one rail towards the right side. And got into that a bit much, kind of let up on the stroke. Now a very difficult 9 ball.
He does back his potting abilities though. I've noticed that as this match has progressed. On that occasion though, a mile off, and you can almost hear the sigh of relief from Auschen.
Yeah, a little quick with the takeaway, much unlike the other strokes here in game number 9 for Carlo. But yeah, Albin's got to feel a little relieved, and a guy who has his troubles early at times.
That rack, that 9 ball could make such a big difference. He's now doubling up on the youngster. There's Albin Auschen. He leads Carlo Blasi by 6 racks to 3. By the way, the winner of that contest will play either Khalid Al Ghamdi next or Ralph Zighan. Well, Al Ghamdi, the youngster from Saudi Arabia, looking good. He is on the hill actually, leading 8-3. Tim de Ruyter, the Dutchman, also on the hill against Nissan Hulbig, 8-2. Liu Riteng, 6-5 on Lenny Resto. Shane Walford now 2 racks from victory, 7-4 on Tobias Huss. And Mikhail Ågaard from Norway, 5-0 up on Hubert Lepotko of Poland. By the way, Jeremy, just before we get into this rack, a little bit of snippet of news for you. I know that Michael will have told you that Naoki Oi beat Khalid Al Otaibi 9-8. He came very close to defeat in the deciding rack. Alatabi missed the 7-ball. Took a while to take it on. Clearly the nerves built to such an extent that they caused him to miss a vital ball.
Yeah, it would have been a big win, but gonna have to play again soon, so gotta shake that off along with Oi. Oi's got to probably play a better match than he did in his opener to advance through that second round.
The two players on the main match table, Jason Shaw and Lukas Lubchik, are still practicing away, so we'll stick with this match for a while longer now.
It's like a safety here off the right side, his right side of the blue two. No, he's going for the bank. Not sure the purple 5 plays. I think that's what the thought is. Get on the purple 5 in that left middle. Talked to Jason Shaw a little bit last night, just messaging, and been on vacation. Of course, playing a little bit of pool, I think, when he can, but not a whole lot. But he said he feels really good. Health-wise, he feels very strong. Expect him to play a very good opening match. That's going to end up a little short of ideal. Big stretch here for the Austrian. Looks like he's going to try and track the cue ball down the right side. It's full hit. Hard to get all the way there. That's why you saw him add that extra side spin. Be some type of safety. Looks like he's going to play off the right side of the purple, kind of cannoning the purple towards the green 6 as the cue ball comes 2 rails behind the 9. Should hit the numbers here. He's very close to the ball. Looks like everything kind of adds up in the shot. Doesn't really require any side spin. Actually, the 5, 6, 7 should group together. Well, the 7 didn't move as much, but very good cover on the cue ball and the purple 5.
To say that Albin Ouchen is tactically savvy doesn't really cover it. He's so solid, so clever in this department. And although he's very methodical, certainly when there's no shot clock, when the shot clock is incorporated and he's involved, he can cope with it easily.
Yeah, you can't win all those titles without having that tactical game and, of course, being able to handle the shot clock. I think, honestly, probably why sometimes he struggles at the beginning of tournaments, I think. I think Albin, you know, we always talked about can get a little negative back in the day. He's worked on that quite a bit, but easier to let things creep in when there's no shot clock.
I think it's a really good point. I think the introduction of the shot clock helps him, and I think that would also be the case for the defending champion here, David Al-Kaidi, who we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's been rare when we've seen the shot clock not really help a player. Almost like the warning on the soft break, really. Just probably not a ton of speed here. Could come 2 rails and graze across it. He went with speed, trying to produce some luck.
And in that regard, nothing doing.
Looks like he's angles light enough to go forward and fall below the 6 a bit. Otherwise, he'll have to draw the ball to gain some type of angle. Doesn't want to fall straight on the green 6 with the brown 7 up the table. Looks like he'll go one rail kind of at the 6 here.
Given the year he's had, Mosconi Cup qualification to play in Orlando, Florida at the end of November, early December is by no means a certainty for Albin Ouschan. A big tournament here would greatly help, but he's got such a phenomenal Mosconi Cup record, and he's got that ability to remain cool under the heat of the situation. Even if he doesn't qualify, I think he would definitely be high on the wildcard list.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last year he was in an even worse deficit going into Hanoi, and that runner-up finish made it easy for Ralph Eckert, I think.
So 7-3, and that missed 9 ball in rack 9 beginning to look more and more significant. As I said, you can see the end of that match, and indeed all of the matches on Table 1 today and throughout the week on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. We're now concentrating on Jason Shaw against Lukas Lubchik. By the way, the winner of Shaw Lubchik will take on Lu Wei Chan of Chinese Taipei or Michael Thorne from here in Germany. They're playing on table 11 right now, and Lu, for what it's worth, has taken the opening rack. Darren Appleton 5-3 down to Denis Laskovsky of Germany. Ivan Rudenko of Ukraine and Hunter Lombardo of the USA locked together at 6-6. It's been mixed so far for the American players. BJ Ussery, what a setback for him, losing 9-8 to Dean Shields in what has to be regarded as an upset. But Sam Henderson, after a slow start, came through 9-7 against Joe Prince. So it's a big deal for Lukas Lubchik. He's from Würzburg here in Germany, coming up against one of the most entertaining players, one of the most successful players in the game.
Yeah, Eagle Eye, always the entertainer, and of course his entertainment is winning matches, trying to win this tournament. We'll see how his opener goes. Yeah, and I did hear that BJ had to play with some different cues. His cue didn't show up. His case didn't make the trip along with him. Hopefully that'll show up before a one-loss side match. And I think the man that we're going to see shortly, Jason Shaw, who is the captain for Team Europe this year, I think he's going to have his hands full. I think Team USA is going to be more on point, of course, than last year. That's easy to say with what happened there in London, but I think, you know, there's not as much of that, oh, Fedor-Gorst coming over last second to the USA team and some other things. I think it's going to be a more settled team and a very similar team besides Federer that took the Europeans a long ways in 2022 there in that Mosconi Cup.
So many imponderables in the Mosconi. The one thing is, we can guarantee an improvement, because this year in the commentary box will be one Jeremy Jones.
Yeah, that'll be fun. I think it's just awesome to get away, and nothing against the casinos. Of course, they've been a big part of professional pool for many years, but just a nice jump to get away from a casino in a different venue.
And let me tell you, if you're going out to Orlando to the Mosconi Cup, you're in for a treat. I've been watching quite a lot of content on YouTube about the Carib Royale Resort, and it looks absolutely world class.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Shaw tried to play a touchy opener there, just a soft roll, trying to utilize the brown 7. Didn't get there. So we'll get our first look, trying to knock some balls in. How old is Lukas, by the way? I mean, probably a little older than what he appears to me, but
Yeah, I think he's in his early 20s. He has got a snooker background because some of his amateur results have appeared on the website Q Tracker, which is an invaluable source of information for us snooker commentators.
We'll have to show us his class here. A little elevated over the 9. Pretty natural to stun over to the right. Could roll it.
He's bound to be nervous. Occasion, opponent, being in front of the cameras.
Yeah, you'd probably say undoubtedly the biggest event he's ever played in. Maybe the biggest match of his life right here.
Now that's an indication of just how quick this table is. When Jason Shaw played that shot, it looked odds on a certainty he was going to be in behind the brown 7 ball, and he just floated on and on.
Yeah, early days, you'll see that, but I think just in general, I think it's a bit faster. Going for a difficult shot there on the green 6. This is going to set up for Jason to get offensive in this match. And I don't think Jason's been home since Saudi Arabia, right before Saudi. That started his long summer trip with his family. A few tournaments in that mix. I think some exhibitions here and there. And a lot of family time, but something he really holds in high regard.
So a couple of mistakes from his opponent, the second one of which proved costly. I'll ask you a simple question here, Jeremy, and you've got a perfect frame of reference to be able to answer. Will Jason Shaw make a good Mosconi Cup captain?
Oh, I think absolutely he will. Yeah, I think it was in the cards one day for him anyways, but I think it's just as good him being a playing part of the team as well. I think he's always played that role a little bit as a player for any captain he's had. You know, got to see him and Alex work together at times, of course, with that team for a few years, and I just think he's going to be the perfect fit for Team Europe, really.
Well, as you know, he was the unpaid cheerleader at Alexandra Palace last year, whipping the crowd up at every available opportunity. And he seems to come alive at the Mosconi. I mean, he's had a pretty good year individually. Runner-up in the early Turning Stone Classic. A couple of top 10s at the Derby City Classic in 1 pocket and 9 ball. He won the Pro Players Championship. Third in the Whirlpool Masters and Scottish Open. And a quarter-finalist in the Night Shot 9 ball Open in Dubai. But very disappointed to go out in the last 32 of the World Championship in Saudi.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it was Filler that got that MVP with some of the incredible shots those first 2 days last year in London. But the two guys on the main tables right now, I thought Jason Shaw and Albin Ocean played as well as Filler when you look at all 4 days. Well, that was a pretty easy break off there. A little less speed than we're used to seeing from Jason, and the lighter side has worked pretty well here on the main table so far. Should come 1 and maybe a soft second cushion past the 5 and 8 down to the lower right corner.
You saw there, Jeremy, he's using a very lengthy cue and he was holding it so far down the butt.
Well, it's interesting because he has such a compact style, and I'm surprised I like the breakout there, trying to move the 7 a little bit, but I thought he would just try to nudge it lightly. Didn't really want to move it too far. But Jason's always had a very compact style and cueing. Went away from that long cue for a little bit this year and got back to it. It wasn't a very long stint without it, somewhat like SVB.
I mean, that is a very lengthy cue.
Okay, should try to bring the cue ball back behind the 6-7 as the 5 comes across. That's the experience of the slick table. You kind of got to smooth it across, really, or else it kind of hugs. We'll see how Jason's feeling from distance. May play a short side position here on the green 6. That's what I would look at. Only reason being, it kind of adds up with the shot. Kind of adds up with a backdoor safety as well.
Well, at that angle, the scratch to the middle pocket would have been extraordinary. He didn't scratch, but he has erred.
Shows you something about those side pockets here we have this week. That ball caught a lot of that pocket to stand up, that being the cue ball.
Shaw's run broke down because he tried to move the 7 ball. Lubchik did move the 7, but it comes at a cost. Loss of shape.
He's going to feather this. No, he played it more full. He's lost the cue ball, I believe, here anyways. Maybe not. Yeah, he's given up a green 6 to the upper right. Difficult shot. Only reason being you have to really kind of roll it to hold any position on the brown 7.
In terms of entertaining, in terms of getting the crowd going, in terms of getting the TV viewers engaged, there's nothing like potting. And Jason Shaw is one of the premier potters.
Yeah, that was a beautiful 6 ball going opposite of what I said, hitting it lightly. He actually took on more speed.
2-0 to Jason Shaw, and I can tell you, the match we were just watching 10 minutes or so ago, Albin Ouschen, well, it's gone all the way of the Austrian. He's on the hill at 8-3, and in fact, he's only 3 pots away from beating Carlo Blasi, 9-3. Straightforward 8 ball, followed by certain position on the 9. This is effectively over. And we were there to see the turning point. Blasi, after a worrying start, looked like getting back to within 1 rack of Albin Ouschen. But he missed the 9 ball from distance after not the best positional shot. And Ouschen then pulled away. He wins by 9 racks to 3.
Yeah, Carlo, he's going to be a guy to watch. Youngster with some very good talent, only going to get better out here.
Plenty of results in the books already. Quite a few Filipinos didn't show up, and that's because of visa issues, I've been told. Told you about Darren Appleton being in a little bit of trouble against Denis Laskowski. Well, Appleton's now in front on table 14, leading 6-5. Liu Wei Chan 2-1 up on Michael Thorne, and the significance of that match is that the winner there will play the winner of the match we're watching right now. And a very good result for Matthias Snigotsky, the Pole. Whitewashing Norway's Tim Singh 9-0. Sadly though, Hunter Lombardo beaten 9-6 by Ivan Rudenko.
Yeah, taking a little more speed off again. Burying the one on the side, the cue ball on the blue two, very near. I think it is shootable though.
Quite a few gathered around table 3 because Badr Alawadi and Tony Drago have gone hill-hill.
Was wondering about that match. Talked to Tony a little bit last night. Seemed like he's in very good health. Always a dangerous guy to play. Said he'll be 59, I think he said, at the end of this month. Tony Drago.
Yeah, what a player. So many stories. When he came to snooker, I don't think there's ever been anyone more inconsistent. He was either brilliant or poor. But when he was brilliant, he was sensational.
I think kind of the same thing on his pool side of things, really. I mean, once he got going, it seemed like he got down towards the end of the tournament, winning it or not, but could exit early as well.
I think it's really important here, considering the state of the table, that Lubchik makes the most of this.
Yeah, it kind of felt like the 5 didn't pass, but he doesn't seem too concerned, so maybe he does have a pocket to the lower right for the purple 5. He put a lot more on the cue ball, trying to develop some kind of position. I think he's gotten it. A little surprising there, Phil. You know, we talked about how difficult the signs are, but he was very close to that ball, and it sure appeared it played. Elected to play the safety, and Shaw, the lefty, will probably bring out the short cue here.
Yes, with the 5 ball in close proximity to the pocket. Spotting this well within his capabilities.
Yeah, I'd put him at 75% probably. Maybe even a hair more. We've seen a few more fouls at times from players we don't expect, but only thing is your first jump. Sometimes you can overhit it a bit, maybe lose accuracy a hair. Oh, see, caught the 6.
Now that's interesting, because in our first match today we saw Fedor Gorst catch an intervening ball. Unusual.
Yeah, and the only thing is I maybe took the 6 going over it for granted, trying to control the cue ball a bit more.
So maybe the decision to keep things tight has been vindicated.
Yeah, well, you gotta like the setup of everything here from Lucas. Very straight with the cueing, the arm, the wrist, everything pretty much in line. It's amazing how the focus on all that for young players is so much more in the game these days, which is great. Only makes them better overall.
A cheer from his friends. Well, at least the whitewash has been averted. I think he's looking for bigger things. Shaw's lead reduced to 2-1. Some results coming in. Tim de Ruyter, always one to keep an eye on, has beaten Nishan Hulbig 9-2. Khalid Al Ghamdi coming through 9-3 against Ralph Zigan. So he now plays Albin Aushin. That could be a potential main table candidate, that match. Loho Sum looking good against Armin Lesiv, 6-1 up. Imran Majid even better, 7-1 over Jake Newlove. Oliver Sholnoki, the leading Hungarian player, doubling up on Sam Story at 6-3. Mika van Berkel, the junior from Holland, who is highly rated. He leads Konrad Yuzhushin 3-2. And Ko Ping Chung is in action, and he's going nicely. He leads Hassan Osman of Holland, Netherlands, 3-0. Eklund Kachi 4-1 up on Vagelis Sidis from Greece. Alex Montpellier of France, 3-1 over Oliver Lawrence. One Filipino here, Michael Feliciano, 2-0 up on Ruslan Ostrovsky. And Georgios Dudagaris, 3-2 up on Wojciech Szewczyk.
Yeah, I kind of thought that Van Berkel match may be a close one. Boy, I was just kind of looking at the next wave and round 2 winners. We've got some really good matches coming up later in the day. Two vets, Yoshioka and Ralph Suquet. They'll play later on at 2:30.
And for all of you watching across the pond, I can tell you that Shane Walford on the hill against Tobias Hosts at 8-6.
I don't know if you remember Tobias, but he had a few upsets in our first European Open a couple years ago. Very solid player.
And as if to prove your point, Jeremy, he's just won rack 15, so it's 8-7.
Well, a nice break off here from Lucas, and in a good position. And wonder how long he's been playing the actual 9-ball pool. You said some snooker background, but keeps it really simple. You got to like that. Now he's got to work the ball here, so we're going to see not only the decision on how to work the ball, but how well he hits it with speed. Maybe just drags this in and takes the ball. Oh no, that's a lot of angle. Yeah, that's why I was curious how accurate things become when you're not just rolling the ball around. Not the easiest of safeties here. Can't quite nick the pink and go behind the brown very easily. Can he nick his left side of the pink and drop below the 8 and 9? That's what I would look for. May leave the pink over the side for a jump, but there's not a lot here. Yeah, this always looked like the shot to me, even though it's going to fall in the gap.
Yes, didn't quite tweak on enough side to get in behind the 9.
Well, I think he could have played it simpler, but he didn't want to leave the pink over the side for maybe a jump, or if the cue ball leaked out, he really wanted to get the pink to the side rail. This is kind of odd as well. Oh, really nice. Very good stuff there. Didn't hear contact. Wow, we're seeing that replay, so a ball in hand.
And surprising in our first 3 matches on this main table that We're seeing so many snookers miss completely.
Yeah, that one was I think a little more missable, even though Jason probably doesn't get enough credit on the tactical side of things, especially kicking. I really think he generally shows a lot of creativity and the correct path more often than not. And just kind of took that ball for granted. Knew it right when he struck it. There's a good chance it was going to hold up. And the difference in some of these early round matches now compared to last year or the year previous is these players, of course, Jason and Federer, of course, big favorites, but they're playing players that had to qualify most likely to get in these events now. And even though the qualifier isn't like the main event, you got to believe it does require some running out. So all these early matches are a little different complexion, in my opinion. Now Shaw with a 3-1 lead.
I've been informed of our next matches. Not just on this table, but also on table 1. Over there it will be Daniel Masayol against Naoki Oi. Again, underlining your point about so many great matches so early on. And here's another one. Our next match in the main arena will be Alexa Pachelch against Alvin Angito. That's a tough one to call.
Yeah, 2 youngsters, and Alvin, who started off slow in his opening match, turned it on, and you got to believe he's improved even more since the last time we've seen him.
And I'm led to believe that Indonesia, massive country, of course, in terms of geography and population, is a real pool hotbed. And I think if someone emerged from that country to be world class, they would be hero status.
Yeah, and absolutely. And then it's just a numbers game from there, just like we talked about with Vietnam. There's so much interest in the game. I mean, we're all humans. So, I mean, if they're spending the time getting the right kind of tutelage, training, as you might say, and have a couple great players to follow, could end up being one of the powerhouses in our game.
In the previous rack, we had a visitor to the comms box briefly. It was Gary Wilson, the snooker player, who's here. He has a first-round walkover against Fraser Patrick, who was a no-show. And the reason I mention Gary Wilson is because when it comes to the World Cup next year, what about, and this is just me speculating, what about a Wilson-Shaw partnership?
Yeah, I mean, you got to really, put it to where you got to believe that's got a chance of happening. I mean, Gary's shown a lot of class, as much as any other Brit besides Jason on this World 9-Ball Tour.
Obviously, Elliot Sanderson and Chris Melling, maybe even with a revival of fortunes. Darren Appleton would also be in the mix, but you can't discount the chances of Wilson, definitely not.
No, and especially, I mean, if you look at a player that under a lot of pressure, which the World Cup is a lot of pressure. Anytime you're playing doubles, first off, you feel like there's a little more pressure, but it seems like he would be a great guy for Jason Shaw to just lead a little bit. Doesn't need a lot of help here and there in 9-ball pool, but of course, not many years of playing it.
Cushion first combo, but where's the cue ball? Oh dear me.
Yeah, we'll see where that World Cup's going to be held. You never know. Britain got 2 teams a few years ago when they hosted it. Elliott, who seems to be improving. I don't know. I kind of feel like now that you brought that up, maybe Wilson's the favorite to get that other spot with Shaw.
The other thing you have to take into consideration, of course, is that if that tournament clashes with snooker, he might have other commitments because he's now well ensconced in the top 16.
Yeah, nice cheat in the pocket there, getting the cue ball out off the cushion. One of his best strikes of the match so far. Well, don't you think Gary'd be up for that, though, just in case he could play? I think he would just be the most stoked player on the planet.
He would love it. He really would love it. So there you go. The scratch off the combo, costing Lubčić. Jason Shaw, without doing anything outlandish, leads by 4 racks to 1. Over on table 3, rather anonymously, Shane Van Boning has begun his campaign. He leads Christos Davitas of Greece 1-0. Moritz Neuhausen, he's 2-2 with Xipolias Panagiotis. These names don't get any easier, do they, Jeremy? Remember, half of the draw will be playing in the first round today. The other half enter tomorrow, and that includes David Al-Kadi, the title holder. So plenty of pool going on right now. About to go onto the table on table 13, Liu Qianheng of Chinese Taipei against someone you know well, Robert Hart.
Yeah, just saw Rob earlier between matches and stayed at his place a few weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago. I was up there teaching in the New York, Philly area, and I'll tell you, that guy trains, and he really feels like he's making some breakthroughs. So look for him to play better pool as these tournaments go on.
And obviously, he's going to be playing that home fixture, which is the US Open in Atlantic City.
Yeah, just an hour away from his place, and I'm really glad it got moved up a little bit. I think the tables are difficult as it is, and we could still get a lot of rain, I guess, but that late September seems to bring a lot of moisture into Atlantic City, and those tables were brutal last year. Now, Jason, by design, seems to have taken the lighter side here on the break shot. Seen a few players here in day one with that. And he's overcut this.
Yeah, just going back to Robert Hart for a moment. If you don't know, he's the brother of the famous film star and comedian Kevin Hart, and I recently had a good laugh. I'd seen this clip before on YouTube, but it popped up again and I couldn't help but watch it once more. He goes on a roller coaster in Orlando at Universal Studios with Jimmy Fallon, and he hates the whole experience. They get to the station at the end of it, and he's so relieved you can see it on his face, and Fallon makes the thing go again.
I think I've seen that before, actually. Yeah, nice guy. I got to meet his brother once, and they're in Philly hanging out with Rob, and man, just super, super nice guy.
And the other great thing about moving the date forward for Atlantic City, when we finished our pool duties for the day, we can go and watch the Phillies play. Not live, it's too far away, but we can certainly see the local telecast of their games, and they're doing really well this season.
Yeah. Rob hit me up not long ago with a Phillies emblem. Said, "Oh, you're finally a fan, huh?" We had a little wager a couple years ago when they met off with my Astros in the World Series. Oh, look at there.
Now, I shouldn't really be asking this because I think I know the answer. That was on his mind, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That, especially with playing some type of rail first shot. You know, the cue ball's always going towards that other corner.
Well, that was on the highlight reel, no doubt. Yes, he knew it was a distinct possibility, but it's all about execution. And with that, Jason Shaw is more than halfway to clearing his initial hurdle. Same thing for Koping Chung, who has an identical 5-1 lead over Hassan Osman. 5-2 for Eklund Kachi over Vangelis Sidis. Sullivan Clark all the way from New Zealand. He's 3-1 up on Paul Taylor. And Mika van Berkel, the youngster, still in front of Konrad Yajushin at 4-3. Looking good for the likes of Oliver Sholnocki, 7-3 over Sam Story. Imran Majid, 7-2 over Jake Newlove. And Loho Sum, 7-1 over Armin Lesiv. And Liu Riteng, good player from Chinese Taipei, 8-7 on Lenny Uresto from Finland. The comeback from Hubert Lepotko is currently taking place. He was well behind against Michael Oegaard from Norway. Now Oegaard's lead reduced to 6-4. And Darren Appleton, great to see, on the hill against Denis Laskowski at 8-5. And the potential opponent for the winner here in the next round could be Liu Wei Chan, who now leads Michael Thorne 6-1. You're right though, Jeremy, that second round, some really good matchups there already.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking through right now. And missed the one in the side there. It's going to dress up in the corner or somewhat near. And I think it's just everything evolving, right? I mean, you got players that we know their names a bit. We know they got game. Improving all the time. We see some upsets from players here and there. So does appear the one passes the purple 5. So this is very difficult. Any decision, really. That's a good look at the overhead, and of course it's always difficult to push out. Could push out and kind of tie the 6-7 up. It's not the worst push out in the world. Probably going to give up some type of safety in return, though. Pretty smart shot, really. Not knowing exactly what was going to go on with the 1, trying to get some distance here, maybe sneak behind the 6 or the 9. Jason think he can sneak this in? Great hit. Great hit here with the cue ball.
A couple of times the fast speed of the table has cost him a hook. On that occasion, it gained him one. The cue ball just kept rolling and rolling, and what an outcome.
He's got a nice rail first here. He's got to watch out for the cue ball coming near the pink. Oh, he's got to swerve this a bit, so that'll diminish his chances. I think he'd like to level out here and take it on in the corner, but is he going to rub the 2 and maybe some type of scratch? So he's going to elevate the cue. Trying to maybe kill the cue ball. he overcut that by a piece. So I don't know if he has the red 3 or not. Doesn't seem too upset about it. Should just be one rail down the middle of the table. No, he's going to go with inside 2 cushions.
Never afraid to partake in the elaborate. Never afraid to impart excessive or excess side spin. And that's why when he's on a roll he can be so dynamite, because run-outs for him are second nature.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we all want some doable outs, but I think Jason's another one of those players, kind of like SVB, just hopes the ball's kind of laid tough more often than not for both him and his opponent. Kind of getting the arm a little freed up here in rack number 7. It's amazing to me, though, you know, you can see he's very right-eye dominant. Well, Jason, you know, played golf with him. He plays golf righty. Saw him with the bridge earlier, righty, but a southpaw when it comes to cueing.
Well, you talk of golf, of course, Phil Mickelson, one of the most famous, if not the most famous left-hander in the game's history, does everything else right-handed.
Yeah, I think he was... I think if I remember the story, it was more like a mirror thing. When he was young, he was mirroring a right-handed player, so he was standing in front of him, kind of doing the same thing.
Way back when, in the 70s and 80s, was a great golfer from Australia, really fine competitor called David Graham, who won the US Open. He won the World Match Play at Wentworth. When he was growing up, down under, left-handed clubs were very hard to come by. He was naturally left-handed. And basically, he became a world-class pro right-handed when it was against the natural tendency because of the availability of clubs.
Yeah, wow. Used to like watching him play on the senior tour, actually, David Graham.
Can't tell you, Shane Walford has beaten Tobias Hurst 9-7. Liu Ritang and Lenny Resto have gone hill-hill. The Finn fighting back there. Loho Sum on the hill against Armin Lesiv at 8-1. Same with Oliver Sholnocki over Sam Story at 8-3. Chris Alexander, the Brit, he's 5-2 up on Boris Ivanovsky. It's 4-4, Yuzhushin and Mika van Berkel. Sullivan Clark continues to make strides, 4-1 on Paul Taylor. Koping Chung having no problems, 7-1 up on Hassan Osman. Yesterday when I arrived, you know, Jeremy, I got in a lift, and then on the next floor up, door opens, on comes the 3 Coe brothers. 3 Coes and me. Guess who was the worst player in there?
Yeah, well, I think... who was I looking at? Was it Koping Han that plays one of the Americans? Maybe in round 2 if they both win, maybe? I was looking at so many matches, but he certainly has improved. The youngster of the 3. Nice kill stroke there going into the 7. That'll be a big draw stroke here, getting back on the pink 4. Love to get just out to the center of the table, right, and take the cut. May just let her rip here.
I can tell you Darren Appleton is through. It was a worrying introduction to the match. He was well behind against Denis Lavskovsky, but Appleton comes good when it matters most. He beats the German 9-5.
Yeah, I think Jason was trying to size up the pot to the upper right, but it's going to be a safety instead, banging the 4 away, coming 2 cushions on the 6. Pretty good control.
We'll talk about choice there. Had a myriad of covering options.
Surprising using the jump cue here. I thought he could just use a little left spin and get to the cushion. He's going to go directly at the pink 4. Or I think he intended to go directly at it. Going to get the snooker though. So he fouled on a jump shot earlier. Not as much 7 to go over here, but still close proximity, the 7 to the cue ball. So bet he puts a little more on this one.
Well, no foul, but he has left the pink 4.
Yeah, this is where on your club table, easy with high inside. And here it's a little more difficult, a little more missable. May have looked to stun 2 rails to the center of the table, maybe. Now does Jason go into a piece of the 9 here, maybe a piece of the 6 to open that grouping? Close enough to it to really control, so I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Downside, congestion relieved, but hampered queuing.
Yeah, caught more of the 9 than he expected.
Well, it was such a good pot over a ball. Normally when a player misses those, it's because they've been too tentative. On that occasion, he let the cue flow.
Yeah, I think he got through the ball better than he expected. I think he thought the cue ball was going to go more towards the 7 or the 9. That's why he maybe added a hair more speed. Yeah, you can't do much here. He's just got to bump this past the 9, really. Trying to use a little speed to use the 9 as the snooker. You could see the rollout there on the 6, so definitely some pace on the bed of these tables here this week.
And I think it certainly applies that when you have a really fast table, that is a big help to the established players who are used to playing under those extreme conditions.
Yeah, you just feel like, oh, nice shot. Nice hit there, holding the cue ball. Very well done. But just some certain longer shots, screwing the cue ball back, you feel like you don't have to get into it quite as much. You never want them too fast, though. It seems like the players start to get tentative with the stroke, and really we don't see our best pool when the tables are overly fast. That's what I've seen so far from Lucas. Really nice making the ball when he doesn't have to do a whole lot with the cue ball. Like right there, he simplified the 6 quite a bit. So when he can just level out and kind of keep it simple, looks pretty solid. Maybe just needs a little experience with the cue ball overall. Like right there, you had to move it a bit, so the potting became a little more difficult.
And I think the way things are going, his experience in this match will not be a pleasurable one. 7-1, essentially in the books.
And had chances to win, legitimate chances to win 3 of those games he's lost. So
7-1 it is. Jason Shaw 2 racks away from victory. Francesco Candela of Italy always seems to do well in these events. He's made a good start today, 4-0 up on Sebastian Meininger of the host nation. Michael Feliciano, 4-3 over Ruslan Ostrovsky. Wojciech Shevchik is now in command against Georgios Dulageres, leading 7-3. Duong Kwok Wang, 2-1 on Abdullah Al-Enzi. Emil Andre Gangflo of Norway, 3-0 up on David Hopkin. 5-3 for Alex Montpellier over Oliver Lawrence. Eklund Kachi, 7-3 now over Vangelis Sidis. Also on 7, Ko Ping Chung against Hussein Osman at 7-2. Sami Erkan Koilu, he's 6-2 up on Jani Sikkanen of Finland. And Mika van Berkel just keeps that one rack ahead of Konrad Yuzhishin at 5-4. Chris Alexander 5-3 over Boris Ivanovsky. Just confirmation what Jeremy was saying earlier, Tyler Steyer had to return home to the USA, so it is David Vu who gets the walkover. And now 3 players on the hill. Loho Sum, 8-1 up on Armin Lesiv. Imran Majid, 8-3 on Jake Newlove. Oliver Sholnoki, 8-3 on Sam Story. And how about this for another second round match to savour? Loho Sum could be playing Imran Majid.
2 tables, but just tons of matches for our fans to walk around and get a look at whichever player they love.
Well, Jason Shaw may be looking at the big scoreboard to tell him who will play next. It will be Liu Hui Chan, who beat Michael Thorne comprehensively, 9-1.
All right, a push out here. Rest the cue ball near the rail. If Jason takes this on, he'll probably bang the one away, maybe a couple rails, trying to put the cue ball behind the 6-3, maybe, kind of like a high left ball. Probably good chance he gives this back, though. Great control.
There's always a sense of why did I do that when you make the incorrect push out decision and find yourself in a hook.
Yeah, doable kick though. Fancy him to definitely hit it. Lots of ways to get a return safety or at least make it difficult. Oh, really nice hit. He's not going to get a cushion though. That happens sometimes coming 2 rails underneath. It was definitely a foul. Unless the cue ball got back to the rail. I didn't see the cue ball getting back to the rail, so.
No, Jason Shaw immediately thought it was a foul. He asked Lubchik and he thought so too, so they came to mutual agreement.
Yeah. Occasionally we have to go to some video, but I think that one was pretty conclusive.
Yeah, just on that point, I'll repeat what I said earlier. There is a shot clock on this main table, not on the others. It's a non-refereed match, so what happens if there is some kind of dispute? Well, in that instance, if Lubchik had disputed what Shaw thought, the shot clock would be stopped until a referee came in and sorted out the situation.
Yeah, Jason very smartly just pinched the cue ball out for a good look at the green 6. Probably plays the 7 in the side, maybe. Could run the cue ball. When you'd like to say that, you know, these players had a little time off in July. It used to be the summertime was the time off, and pool is kind of the off season. That's really no off season anymore, but this tournament here in Fulda, as big as it is, gets us kicked off for the end of the summer and the fall to a very intense schedule for these players.
Nothing too intense about this match, though. It is one-sided and it is predictable. Jason Shaw on the hill against Lukas Lubchik at 8-1. You were mentioning what's coming up, Jeremy. Next, it's the big one at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City on the Jersey Shore, August 19 to 24, 6 days of wonderful action. Ko Ping Chung is the defending champion, having played breathtaking stuff last year at times. And all of the big hitters will be there. You see at the bottom of the left-hand side of that slate, the likes of Skylar Woodward, the playing US captain in the Mosconi Cup, and right-handed Shane Van Boening will be the leading two USA entrants. But of course, there's plenty of others who will be hoping to go deep in what is their National Open.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's our 4th year, is that right, in Atlantic City? Because I was trying to think. It was Carlo, FSR, and of course Ko Ping Chung, who have won the US Open since it's been there in AC. Got to figure the guy on the top right of your screen there, or the picture rather, Fedor Gorst, who was a runner-up. He's going to be trying to get, of course, like FSR, both titles at once, the World 9 Ball and the US Open.
Of course, as soon as he came into the commentary box, Carl Boyes immediately had a dig at me, because Michael McMullen pointed out that he was the slimline Carl Boyes, and he said, yeah, I saw some photographs in Saudi Arabia. Didn't like what I saw of myself. He said, I look like a tall Phil Gates. And the thing is, I've got no factual comeback. It's true. And the reason I'm saying that, I'm looking forward to Atlantic City because I've got a deli in that casino I absolutely love. So I don't think I'll be doing myself any favours there.
Yeah, I go to that deli quite often. It's open all night as well. And yeah, I saw that from Carl immediately. He said he lost like, I don't know what it was in pounds, maybe 20 pounds or something like that. Nice speed control there, coming 2 cushions. Nice rack for Lucas to get back on the board before the inevitable, or at least what we feel is inevitable. I fell a little short there, so this is going to get a little odd. A lot of space on the left side of the table to come 2 cushions and take a little cut shot on the purple. Yeah, that's what I like, where he's standing there now. Keep it simple. Looks like 2 cushions between the 7-9. May kill it and stay between the 6-9. Now, is he going to fall a little straight here with the 8 on the opposite side? It appears so. Doesn't take much for things to, get out of line a little bit. Now he's got a decision. Does he draw the cue ball length of the table back to the back side of the 8? You can see some nice tools from the young man.
just about struggling in the 8 ball. And the 9 follows. The one thing he doesn't lack, Lukas Lubchik, is support. Again, a big cheer for him. Jason Shaw, though, still comfortably ahead at 8-2. Some interesting results to tell you. Despite a valiant effort, Tony Drago is on the one-loss side. He was beaten 9-8 by Bana Alawadi. Loho Sum came through 9-1 against Armin Lesiv. On table 20, just a few moments ago, Imran Majid. He got through with a 9-3 win over fellow Brit Jake Newlove. Oliver Sholnocki beat Sam Story 9-3. Konrad Jajushin and Mika van Berkel locked together at 6-6. Koping Chung made light work of Hassan Osman, winning 9-2. Eklund Kachi on the hill against Vagelis Sidis at 8-4. The match on table 1, by the way, which is currently being shown on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, features Duong Kwok Wang against Abdullah Alenzi, and that's 3-2 to Duong. By the way, at the end of this match, we'll be taking a 5-minute break, then we'll be coming back, and before the start of our next action on the main table, we'll see a snippet of Duong against Alenzi. Just a reminder for you, match 4 on the main match table coming up will be Alexa Pashelch against Alvin Angito. That's in the second round. So this is the last first round match of the day to feature. We will see plenty more tomorrow, though, of course.
Yeah, some Americans teeing it off tomorrow. Billy Thorpe, Skylar Woodward. Skylar's got to pick it up a little bit, you know. Best thing in the world for him as the American captain is to try and make it off points. That way he frees up both his picks. But I'll tell you, the way the players are, what kind of class they've shown the Americans this year, I think they're going to be okay, and I think the team's going to be very settled in come that home stand there in Florida in December.
And Shane Walford did beat Tobias Host 9-7, so a good win for him. Walford plays Salvador Garcia of Spain next.
Yeah, not having the bottom of the cue ball really difficult here. Very nice effort playing behind the blue 2.
Eklund Kachi, who has got a great chance of being on Jason Shaw's European team for the Mosconi Cup, and indeed being in the Reyes Cup. He has beaten Vagelis Sidis 9-4. He does like a spot of the spectacular, doesn't he?
Yeah, and you could see how dead center he hit the cue ball, though. Wow, the way the ball was spinning and rolling back, just really perfect, really. Has a bit of a cut on the 2, but cue ball's really racing, so I think he'll play the safety here.
As we've repeatedly said, it's a slick surface, and when you play a shot like that over such a distance with the cue ball, you need to have plenty of touch.
Yeah, and it seems that you can never duplicate the table or the situations. That's what's so impressive about pool in comparison to other sports. Very hard to practice all the conditions and all the different scenarios. May play the cue ball into the 6 here.
Not a simple run out, but the way Shaw plays, the way he pots, that might be Lubčic's final shot.
Yeah, it's really just past this long 2 ball. There is some work, but does the 3 go? I think it does. See the 5 pinned over near the side, but the 4's on offer to get good position. The 6 is very handy. Yeah, I'd say that was probably Lucas, his last turn in round 1 anyways. He'll be back later on today.
We've seen 3 runaways on the main table so far. Fedor Gorst, Copigny, and now almost certainly Jason Shaw coming through with little resistance from the opposition. But that will change because now we're into the second round after this. And next up, Alexa Pashelsh against Alvin Angito. You'd be surprised if that was one-sided.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially given the opportunity by both players. Had to bear down on that 7. Didn't get quite as close or the angle he wanted. But I think maybe, you know, Jason probably with the family time kind of feels like he's playing himself into this tournament a little bit. Just kind of one ball, one game, one match at a time.
There it is, a couple of really spectacular shots from Jason Shaw. In fact, for the great entertainer, the great potter, some really good safety as well. It was a learning experience for Lukas Lubčić. In the end, it was a defeated experience because Jason Shaw comes through by 9 racks to 2. Don't forget, still going on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, Duong Quoc Wang 4-2 up on Abdullah Al-Lenzi over on table 1, and we'll return with that in around 5 minutes to see some of the action there. And then our next match here on the main table, Michael McMullen and Carl Boyes will be commentating on Alexa Pashelsh against Alvin Angito.
The opening day of the third staging of the European Open, all of which have been here in Fulda in Germany, hometown of two-time world champion Thorsten Hohmann, which is why we're here, and it's established itself as one of the highlights of the pool calendar. And we can go straight to the action on table 1 between Duong Quoc Quang of Vietnam and the Kuwaiti player Abdullah Al-Anezi. And it's just gone 5-2 to Duong Quoc Quang, who's at the table. The player who came to our attention once again.
Snapped off the Scottish Open, so it's always going to give you some confidence, isn't it, moving forward? Such a huge star in Vietnam as well.
Duong Quoc Quang continuing his strengthening of his grip on this match. Race to 9, remember, in the first round. The winner of this will face home country opposition in the next round, either Pia Filler or Ernst Schmidt. And at the moment it's looking very much like it's going to be Duong Quoc Quang. He now leads 6-2. So we will be getting to second round action on the main table in just a few minutes' time. They're warming up there at the moment. It's Alexa Pechelge against Alvin Angito. And we've seen some very one-sided matches on the main table so far today. We would expect that that one will be quite different. We'll turn our thoughts to that in a few moments. And this is first round action we're looking at here. Hubert Lepotko of Poland, who's been in a ranking event final recently, is now on the hill, leading 8-6 against Michael Ogard of Norway.
Decent break there, good shot at the one ball. All the balls are in the open and all. Wants this to slow down. You want angles in 9-ball pool.
Yeah, that week in Glasgow, we look at the players he beat. Tyler Steyer in the last 16, Eklund Kachi in the quarters, Ko Pin-Yi in a hill finish in the semis. And then the final, interestingly, was a real opportunity for both players involved because he was up against Oscar Dominguez. So two capable players, but neither of them in the very top bracket of the game. So a big opportunity for both. And it was Duong Quoc Quang who took it with a 10-8 win. Become the winner of a ranking event on the World 9-Ball Tour. Did not take his opportunity there, though, in this rack, so Alenzi comes to the table.
Yeah, with the easy hook as well. Just stop the ball.
Shane Van Boning is on the hill at 8-2 against Christos Davitas. Van Boning, who in a couple of weeks' time will be making yet another bid to break the tie with Earl Strickland and become the first 6-time winner of the US Open. Moritz Neuhausen, part of the Germany team that got to the World Cup final in Spain last year, finding it hard to shake off Sopolitius Panagiotis. 6-5 to the German at the moment.
Yeah, it was a good hit. Is he going to get behind the 6 ball? Surely not. If he has, that is incredible. Clearly very tight. Might be able to jump over the edge of the green 6 with the short stick.
Yeah, Lenzi has played in a number of events of reasonable standing around Europe. He's won some matches in them, but not someone who's generally gone particularly deep. Comes from a country with a decent pool pedigree though, and that was a decent shot. He's held for the 3 as well, has he? Just?
Yeah, brilliant jump shot. Drawing the cue ball back as well, didn't he? I think he's okay. Even going rail first is not that difficult in this situation.
We're just looking in here for a few minutes before we turn our thoughts to the main table. So, just to remind you of the format, as is standard now for these big open events, 256 players, double elimination for the first few days. 32 players come through on the winner's side, 32 on the loser's side, and 1 from each of those sides forms each of the last 64 matchups, and then it's just straight elimination all the way through to the final on Sunday night. And yes, you do effectively have 2 chances to claim your place in the final 64, but you want to get through if you can undefeated, because it definitely improves your chances when it comes to the draw for the last 64 in terms of keeping your seeding if you have one. And well, if you get through on the winner's side, you don't end up playing someone else who's come through on that side. But of course, it doesn't necessarily always work out that means you'll have an easier draw. It just means you have a much better chance of avoiding the form players. So Alenzi with a chance to get back to 6-3 here, and of course we'll keep you up to date on how this one and all the other matches are going. But we are now going to go to the main table, and 2 of the promising young stars of the game, Carl, in action here.
Yeah, this is going to be a good match. It's got the makings of being quite tight. Good lag as well. It'll be Alvin Angito who breaks first.
Yep, it's 2 24-year-olds. They've both already won a match today. Now they're looking to make it through to winners qualification.
Seemed to lack a bit of pace, that break. Obviously no balls down, so Alexa will be shooting at this yellow 1. It's going to be very difficult after potting it to get on the blue 2, though. He's got to draw all the way down table. I'll tell you what, if this slows down, what a positional shot. It's not bad. Yeah, it's overrun a little bit too far, but you can still pot the ball.
Yeah, tough shot to face for your first of the match, and a really good go at it. Number 35 in the world rankings. He's actually dropped quite a bit since the start of the year. Began 2024 as a top 20 player, largely on the back of that wonderful run to the semi-finals of the US Open last September in Atlantic City.
Yeah, took a gamble. They felt the cue ball was rolling into the red 3. You're never quite sure where they're going to end up. Yeah, playing the combination. Yeah, he was never going to attempt that. I know it kind of looked sort of on your screens, but it was actually very difficult. You've had to have been cutting the red 3 ball onto the 8 quite thin to make that. That's why he decided to play safe.
Alvin Angito is number 122 in the world rankings, but he's very much a newcomer really to this scene, and I think what we've seen of him in recent months suggests it's a position which could change a lot in a positive direction. So this is the first match to get underway in this round. They've both already played and of course won earlier today in different ways though. Pechelj came through 9-3 against Ernesto Joni of Albania. And Gito, though, had to go the distance before seeing off Ronnie Aldervik of Norway, 9 racks to 8.
That'll do. He's not left a pot. It's an amazing sport, his pool, isn't it? When you just look at how many people play it around the world, Michael. You know, all these different countries who have come here to play the European Open.
Well, the geographical spread at these events is always absolutely breathtaking, and you've got so many countries represented in them, and it almost feels like every time we turn up at one of these tournaments, we see a flag in the lineup that we've never seen before. There always seems to be somebody new. And you're never surprised to see any new country that appears, because there are other sports that maybe in certain countries don't really exist, but pretty much everywhere on the globe has got some pool tables somewhere.
Yeah, I think the only other sport that might be like it is golf, really.
I think tennis is perhaps the most global of all sports, and if we're talking individually, obviously the most global sport of all is football as a team sport. But yeah, the sheer spread of it in pool is right up there with anything else. And, you know, it's not only a case that you turn up and there are players from loads of different countries who start the event. You get down to the last 64, last 32. It's never dominated by just the same few countries. Once you get down to, say, last 16 of a tournament, there tend to be 10, 12, 13 different countries involved.
wants to bounce off the rail here. This is a tough pot. Really is. Past the test though, that'll give him a bit of confidence now. Knocking a ball in like that really does work wonders for the back arm.
Yeah, from Smederevo in Serbia, about 30 miles away from the capital Belgrade. And you know we've been calling him the wrong name for all these years. Yep, his name is actually Alexa Petselja. I found that out when I spoke to him in America last year, but he said he's quite happy for everyone to just continue with what we've been calling him.
I'm sure there's many more names we've been pronouncing wrong as well.
Well, you even get the English ones wrong. Of course, it helps that he's had a match already, but not on this table. Early days, but looks to have settled in nicely. And Alexa Pechelj wins the opener against Alvin Angito in this clash of the 24-year-olds on the first day of the European Open. Shane Van Boening was a couple of racks away from winning this title here in Fulda. Year before last, he's off and running this year. 9-2 winner against Christos Davatas of Greece. There you can see some of the other scores going through. Francesco Candela, a 9-0 winner in the last few minutes. The Italian seen off Sebastian Meininger of the huge home contingent involved here. But remember, all these players who lose do get another go on the loser's side. Can still make the final 64. Konrad Jasushin of Poland has won 9-7 against Mika van Berkel of the Netherlands. And Hubert Lepotko of Poland, who's been in a ranking final recently, still hasn't quite got the job done against Michael Ogard. That one is 8-7. Lepotko was runner-up to Mickey Kraus in Romania just after the World Championship. You see Alex Montpellier there on the hill, Sullivan Clark as well. And Michael Feliciano of the Philippines, who was in a couple of big finals last year. So should have quite a few more winners to report for you very shortly. Chris Alexander is on the hill as well. British player, 8-5 against Boris Ivanovsky. So our first look in this match at the break of Alexa Pechelj.
Played a random ball. Intended ball, of course. That looked a little, I'd say, weak, but sounded a bit weak as well. Actually, it's a really good chance, this. It's all about this first shot. Got to come down centre of the table. If it lands on the blue two straight, the side pocket, this rack could well be over. All the balls are sat very nice.
Yeah, hasn't made much noise so far this year at Pechelj. Certainly not in comparison to what we might have anticipated after his great run at the US Open. Went out in the last 64 of the UK Open in Telford in May, beaten by Karl Naderberg. Was then eliminated at the same stage of the World Championship, Saudi Arabia in June. Beaten in a hill-hill finish by Naoki Oi. As I said, he's only 24, but it feels like he's been around for some time already. He wasn't even 18 yet when he got to quarterfinals of a big event in Treviso in Italy. Really, I don't think it's harsh to say that perhaps hasn't accomplished as much in the game yet as we might have anticipated, but still only 24 and plenty of time. And you always say the sheer volume of really good players who turn up for every one of these tournaments just makes it so hard. He's making it look pretty easy here at the moment. At a bit of fortune, making the random ball off the break. From there, he's turned it in to a break and run. Swiftly, Alexa Pechelge leads by 2-0.
Yeah, often away from the table. You know, when you see these players, they often hang around with the same players, don't they, or friends. And Pechelge, she's very good friends with Pearl Ivanovic. They're always walking around the venue or the hotel, out for dinner with each other.
I actually bumped into Alexa earlier today in the hotel, and I was looking around, where's Sanjin? It almost seemed a shock to see him on his own. We were actually talking about Pearl Ivanovic earlier today in one of the other matches, Carl, and I was asking if you feel Pearl Ivanovic is ready yet to win one of these tournaments. You said yes. What about Pechelge? Is it perhaps a little too early for him?
Yeah, I don't know really. It's a funny one. As you said, sort of last season he had a couple of big deep runs, didn't he, in some of the big tournaments. He had a good US Open. Probably a little bit like Capito, isn't it? You'd probably say not just yet, but then if they do go on to win one, all of a sudden we put him in that bracket of, well, he was due to win one, wasn't he? But I'm not so sure.
He won a huge amount of matches at the very biggest events in 2023 because he seemed to make an impact in just about all of them. Got to the last 16 of the World Championship last year, was beaten by Niels Feijen. Last 32 of this event, same at the UK Open. It's all about that semi-final run at the US Open and the great win against Jason Shaw in the quarterfinals. Still looking to really build on that, but he's off to a good start here, leading 2-0. After 3 attempts, Carl, still neither of them has made the one off the break.
Yeah, and it keeps going over towards that pocket. Watch where it goes here. It's going just before the middle. That usually means you're hitting it a little bit too thin on the one ball. Or maybe not enough draw on the cue ball as well. Watch out, corner pocket. Oh, good luck getting on this red 3 here, Michael. This is super difficult. He's looking at rolling forward with the cue ball, bit of left English, and then leaving a thin snip on that red 3 in the same pocket as the blue 2's going. Caught the 9 ball, didn't he?
You played him, of course, Carl, in your foray into the UK Open earlier in the year. Beat you by 9-2. What did you make of him?
Yeah, I'd never seen him before. He played really well. You don't. It's a little bit like what usually happens is you you can get beat off somebody that you might never have played, or who seems new to the circuit or the game, for instance, but they've played in their country for years. You think, wow, he played well there. And then you might watch the very next match and they just don't play the same match again. It's a bit like, they always say if you shoot a mega low round in golf, you don't follow it up with another one. It's a bit like that with the pool, but he really impressed me. Played very strong set. But it's not quite happening in this set at the minute. That was a good pot though to stay at the table. Just needs one more good shot here on this purple 5.
And a slog even to get this far in the rack, and we're only on the 5 ball. He did actually do okay in his next match after he had beaten you at the UK Open, albeit that he did lose it. But it was against Anton Raga, and he did push him as far as 9-6. And then he beat the veteran British player Tommy Donlan in losers qualification to get through to the final 64, where he was heavily beaten really by Victor Zielinski. But he had done enough to impress us. He impressed us a bit on that visit with some of the shots he was playing to keep it going. But you can only sustain that for so long. The way the balls have run here, he's presented a bit of a chance for Péchelge to put another one on the board. And Gito not really getting into the contest yet.
Yeah, and these are the racks that hurt. You know, when your opponent puts a break and run together, you know, you just sat watching. There's nothing you can do. But when you've been at the table and you've made a mistake, you made a mistake in the opening rack when you missed the red 3 ball in the side. Doesn't want to be straight on the green 6. Needs to stay near the rail. It's okay. Yeah, and he's sat in his chair, Alf, and you can just see he's just not comfortable at the moment. That feeling can get worse as well as the racks start to slip away.
Yeah, and we do have to remember the factor of Péchelge having played in this sort of environment, main table matches, a number of times in his career already. Sometimes I think underestimate the step up it can be for players who aren't accustomed to it. Well, and Gito made a valiant effort to keep things going for a few shots. Couldn't get the situation under control. Eventually he missed. Péchelge looked as though he was going to do the job from there, but that was a little bit trickier than he would have fancied, Carl. There was always the possibility he was going to miss it.
Yeah, he left a cue ball on the rail. At this level, you don't expect him to miss, but now and again, we all miss them. Been fortunate and all. This is a horrible spot. He might have to try and play the bank, but I think he's got to play it with a little bit more pace than he may want to, just to square the bank up, because the bank looks like it's going to hit the bottom rail. Yeah, see how he played it hard? Great shot. What a bank.
What a moment that could be in the match. Looked like Péchelge was really going to pounce on the opening he'd been given there to go 3-0 in front. Left himself a tricky 9, queuing from just off the rail, missed it, and Gito has banked it. And so it's now 2-1. Hubert Lepotko of Poland, who, as I was saying, was in a ranking event final recently. He's just been beaten 9-8 by Michael Øygaard. So many hill finishes already today, and I'm sure we'll see many of them in Vietnam for the Hanoi Open. It all finished with a hill finish last year. What an incredible atmosphere there was on that final night as Jason Shaw took the title against a heartbroken, inconsolable Albin Ocean. Well, it's all going to happen again, starting October 8th in Hanoi. Huge crowds there last year, and now that word's got out about what a fantastic event that is, I would expect they'll be even bigger this time round. So that will be coming up later in the year. US Open still to come, of course, before that. Straight off the back of the Hanoi Open, it's the inaugural Reyes Cup in Manila. And not long after that, the Mosconi Cup in Florida, starting on the last day of November. Still so much to look forward to later in the year. It's announced long time before last year's staging there was going to be a big major Matchroom event in Asia, and we were all speculating as to which country it was going to be, and then Vietnam got the nod, and you're never really sure when you go to new countries exactly what to expect, but I don't think any of us really grasp just how massive the game has become over there in terms of popularity. And I remember seeing the players' names being chanted by the crowds in huge numbers on the final night. Sort of thing we've just not seen at any tournament before. And that's coming up again soon. Back in the present day, Alvin Angito breaking off at 2-1 down, and still, after 4 attempts, nobody's made the one on the side.
Yeah, he's going to feel a lot better sat in his chair though, even though he has just done a dry break, because he was looking certain to go 3 down. Stole the rack at the very end with a beautiful bank shot.
There's another hill going on table 8. Michael Feliciano of the Philippines. Level at 8-all with Ruslan Ostrovsky of Ukraine. Shelge's run to the US Open semi-finals last year had to overcome all sorts of obstacles. He was actually beaten in his second match by Kang Lee. That was a real surprise. And then needed 3 wins on the loser's side, and 2 of them were pretty close against Babken Mokonyan and then Dennis Graba in the last round. He seemed to build up steam as we went through single elimination. Ended the wonderful run of Ralph Souquet in the last 16. They come from well behind to beat Jason Shaw in the quarterfinals. Then in the semis played Fedor Gorst, pushed him very hard, eventually lost 11-8. That, of course, was the week that the final spot on the European Mosconi Cup team. Well, actually, it wasn't the final spot, was it? It was the second spot on the European Mosconi Cup team was up for grabs, and he put himself in contention to get it with that run he had to the semis. Came up just short. I know he's someone who puts a lot of thought into the game away from the table and even away from practicing, and a lot of that I think comes down to a couple of years ago when he fell down some stairs and broke his leg, so he couldn't play for 4 months, and spent a lot of that time researching sports psychology and the mentality of the game, and something he's continued to think about since.
That was a nice shot he played. Cue balls just come up and it's actually landed perfect.
Certainly won't want to leave himself with any complications on the 9 after how the previous rack finished. And in the end, he really couldn't have left himself an easier ball than this. And so he's too clear again. Alexa Pichel's now leading 3-1. Chris Alexander of the UK, 9-5 winner over Boris Ivanovsky. He'll now play Konrad Yasusin of Poland in the next round. New Zealander Sullivan Clark has beaten Britain's Paul Taylor 9-2. And that sets up a meeting with Adam Stankiewicz of Poland. Alex Montpellier, French player, has seen off Britain's Oliver Lawrence by 9 racks to 6. Goes through to face Eklund Kachi. Was 1 rack away from becoming world champion just a couple of months ago. Michael Feliciano has been turned over. Ruslan Ostrovsky turned it round at the end, forced the hill finish, won the decider, coming through 9-8. Will now take on Wojciech Szewczyk. He was a World Championship semi-finalist back in June. So Feliciano going to the loser's side. One of the stories really so far of this opening day at the European Open. Those all first round matches. We're watching second round action here, and a number of other matches already in progress in this round, including world champion Fedor Gorst against Dennis Waldecker of Germany. Gorst leading there 2-1. Do Tae Kien has won the first couple of racks against Max Lechner. Robbie Capito, UK Open winner, won the first against Radoslav Babica. And Masato Yoshioka 2-0 up on the German veteran Ralph Souquet.
Not learning on the job.
Another match to keep an eye on in this round. The young American Sam Henderson playing Britain's Dean Shields, and Henderson is leading there 2-0.
Yeah, tried to get the combo, didn't it? How much of the rail was you left for Paselj? Wants to go off the right hand side of the table, that rail first. And if he does pot it, he'll probably be on the 2 in the same pocket.
Yeah, always a bit unpredictable what the cue ball was going to do. It's run away from him a little bit, but should be okay. That match we were watching before this one started, between Duan Quoc-Wang and Abdullah Alenzi. Well, Duan Quoc-Wang was leading 6-2 when we were watching it. Everything's changed. It's now 6-all in that one. Now that would be an upset as well if Alenzi was to win that, so we'll keep you up to date on that one as well.
Missed it. This will work out nicely though. You got second best prize there, didn't it? And Gito, I think he's playing the jump bank here. That's the only thing I can really spot, especially because he's got the short cue in his hand. Always going to be difficult. A lot of players may have been tempted to kick at the 7 ball there. Just the younger generation, Michael, they just seem to walk to the table with a jump cue in the modern era of 9 ball. It's like they don't even look at the percentages of playing the kick shot, what might happen.
Well, these two are certainly of the younger generation, both 24 years of age. We thought they'd be pretty closely matched in terms of the contest itself. It may yet turn out that way. Open. A couple of years ago, he got to the quarterfinals. Looked for a long time as though he might beat Joshua Filler. Ended up losing 11-10, and I just saw him outside in the early summer evening sunshine. He was just absolutely inconsolable. Even at such a young age, when he's still got so much time and opportunity to pull off results like that, he was just distraught at missing such an opportunity. The first time we really saw him go properly deep at one of these tournaments. Now, he had a reasonable showing at the World Championship the year before.
Can Alvin Gito get back in this match? It's not been the best of standards, has it? I know it's still early stages. 5 racks in, but it's been pretty poor from both.
Yeah, Pachelge, I think the first couple of racks looked as though he was sharp and ready for it, but he's certainly gone off the boil since, as you say. Angito just hasn't been involved at all, and the one rack he has won was somewhat gifted to him a bit by Pichel's missing the 9.
Starting to think it was a different player that beat me at the UK Open, Michael.
Talked about Pichel's giving himself a genuine chance of making the Mosconi Cup team for the first time last year. Didn't happen for him, but he has played in a big team event on a number of occasions. The World Cup, he's been part of the Serbia team in all of the last 3 stagings. They haven't made it past the first round yet. Went close year before last, lost out in the deciding rack to Estonia. Together with Lazar Kostic. They played Poland in the first round last year and were comfortably beaten. You know, just talking about the Mosconi, and of course inevitably around this time of year we all really start thinking about it so much. Europe have obviously dominated in recent times. It's small teams, isn't it? It's teams of 5. If it was like golf's Ryder Cup, where there were 12 players on each team, it'd be hard to see the Americans having a chance at all, because you consider beyond the 5 that would be on the European team, there's then a next bracket including players like Pichelj, Pelovanovic, guys who've never even been on the team. And they would certainly be much better than the next level of Americans. The depth in Europe now is unprecedented.
Yeah, so many good up-and-comers. Players like the guy we're watching on our screens right now, Alexa Pichelj. 24, you said he was, Michael?
Yep.
It's pretty scary when you think of Fedor Gorst and Joshua Filler. I mean, that's what you're up against, really. I know he's still a young man, he can achieve a lot, but there's other players around his age and a little bit younger. Eklund Kachi, he's still young as well. They're achieving it now.
Well, as you said, it's not been the greatest of standards from either player, but Pichelj is certainly the better of the two so far, and he's doing enough, more than enough really. Comfortably got Angito right where he wants him. In a match that we thought was going to be close. At the moment, it's anything but. 5-1 to the young man from Serbia. Fedor Gorst, who you just mentioned there, has won rack 6 to give himself a little bit of breathing space over Dennis Valdecker. That one is 4-2. Do Tae Kien of Vietnam, 3-1 up now on Max Lechner. Dennis Graber going well, 4-0 against Mubarak Suleiman Al-Wahibi. Victor Zielinski is 2-1 down against Talal Al-Blushi. Remember, all of those matches are playing for places in winners' qualification. Now, there are still matches going on in the opening round, including the one we looked in on earlier, where Duan Kwa Kwang looked to be very much in control. He was leading 6-2. He's now lost 5 racks in a row and trails 7-6 to Abdullah Alenzi. Again, didn't make the one he intended to, Pichelj, but he has made a couple of others. Neil-Andre Gangflo of Norway is now on the hill in the opening round, 8-4 against David Hopkin of Britain. Liu Chen Hung just looking for one more against Robert Hart of the US. That's 8-3. You know how many countries in the world, Carl, have more people than Indonesia?
I don't, but I know a man who does.
3. India, China and the US are the only countries with more people in them than Indonesia. So when you consider that, it's surprising they haven't done more on the global sporting stage. Badminton is their big thing there, and that's where they've won the bulk of their Olympic medals. Indeed, it's where they've won their only medal so far at the Olympics that are going on at the moment. But you just think if Anjito could come through and become any sort of top player, that could really ignite things in that country. And you've got about 250 million people living there. Potential is through the roof.
Yeah, I've actually been over to Indonesia to play tournaments as well. It was always a good place to go, and they do like the pool over there, so it's a fair point, Michael.
Was that where you won that speed pool event? That was Indonesia, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in Jakarta, Indonesia. It's a great event as well. Something totally different, something we'd never seen before. Not just saying that because I won it, but you know, a lot of the pros were saying this after 1 or 2 days. We like the concept of it.
Well, you winning something that was something we'd never seen before. Even for me, that was a bit harsh.
It's a low blow.
Okay, so Alvin Anjito just hasn't got started yet in this contest, but he's got a real chance to do it now. It was a nice opening pot. He got position, and now he's got a clear run to the line here. There's still time to turn it around at 5-1 down, because it's not as if Pechelj is playing brilliantly, but really, it's got to start here. Liu Chen Hung has now won 9-3 over Robert Hart, so it really does leave just a handful of matches left to complete in the opening round. Emile-Andre Gangflo has cleared the first hurdle as well, 9-4 against David Hopkin. Match on table 1 that we were looking in on earlier, Duan Kwok Wang, after losing 5 in a row, has taken the 14th rack. He really needed it. Level now at 7-all with Abdullah Alenzi. Well, it's good to see this because we've been talking a bit about Alvin Anjito, and he gave a good showing at the UK Open. Started doing well in some events around the US last year, so he's someone we feel there's potential in a country that hasn't had a great deal of success in the game, and we didn't want to see him come out here, play on the main table and just get completely blown away. He's taken that rack well, and he'll finally feel he's in the contest now. Pechelj still very much on top, though, at 5-2. I know it was a while ago, Carl, but can you remember what the exact format was for that speed pool event?
Yeah, you basically had to break off. We were playing with 10 balls, so the number 10 had to be played last, any other ball in any order, and it was literally the quickest to clear. But if you missed a pot, it was a 10-second penalty. I think there was, I want to say 48 players. Basically everybody played 10 racks, and the top 32 fastest times qualified. And then what they did is the seed 1 played 32. It was a clever idea.
And so when you got to that knockout stage, was it a case that it was just head-to-head with 1 attempt each?
You played 5 racks each, head-to-head, on 2 tables next to each other. But so after the group stage, I was the fastest after 10 racks, so obviously I qualified as seed 1, but the person who qualified in the 32 place was about 2 minutes slower than me. So I remember going into match thinking, I just can't lose, it's impossible, he's 2 minutes slower than me. So it was a good format, it was a good idea.
But when you say you were playing them on simultaneous tables, you both started at the same time, so it was literally a race. It wasn't just a case of getting your time and seeing how it compared.
Yeah, but obviously, let's say if I did it in 50 seconds and you were still going, I'd just sit in the chair, and then you might say a minute and 10 seconds, and the referees would rack the balls up again, and you'd go again, but you might not. Your clock started on your table and my clock started on mine, even though you might not hit the break at the exact time. Do you know what I mean?
I hope they're listening to this in the Matchroom office, because I'd love to commentate on an event like that. It sounds great.
It was good. It was good. It's on YouTube, actually. All the matches are on YouTube, so you get a better idea if you watch it. But it was good fun.
Well, if we get an early finish tonight, I know what I'm going to be doing back in the hotel room, having a look at that.
It's almost like the snooker shootout, isn't it? You know, that's not what they play on the tour, but they have that one event, you know, every year. There's a bit of a change. Maybe Emily could do something like that. Speed pool.
Well, we were talking actually after one of the snooker shootouts a couple of years ago. How could we do something like this in pool? And it's hard to do because we have a shot clock in pool anyway, certainly when we're in front of the cameras, but something like that could certainly be very interesting.
What was good about it is you didn't necessarily have to be the fastest player in the tournament. You just had to make sure you didn't miss, because it was 10 seconds if you missed the ball, so it was more crucial just to make sure you knocked the balls in.
Gito didn't knock many in the early stages of this match, but he's made that, and okay, a bit of sorting out to do here, but he's got a chance to have a further impact on the contest, which he didn't really most of the first 6 racks. I guess if you were to have an event now with the modern players, Sufi would have a very good chance. Shaw can be fluent, but throws in some unexpected misses, and of course Filler, well, he gets into his stride.
Yeah, Filler would be a dab hand at that game, I would think.
Here's Duong Kwok Wang going to survive the storm against Abdullah Al Lenzi. He lost 5 in a row before 7-6 down, and he's now won the next 2, so he's breaking on the hill now at 8-7. That's in the previous round.
Tricky positioning. I know the combo looks easy, but you want to try and get that cue ball close as possible to the brown 7. If you don't get close to your work, it always makes that type of combo harder. There's the cue ball. It's not bad, this, you know. Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Oh, well, it could have felt like such a different contest then, couldn't it? That goes in, he's won 2 racks pretty swiftly, made a nice combination, back to 5-3. And look what a difference one missed combination is going to make here. Yeah, there was very little chance that Pechelge wasn't going to take advantage of that. So instead of leading by only 2, Pechelge is 4 clear again now. 6-2 to the Serbian.
Yeah, it's amazing, Michael, what these little things in matches can do. I was with you. It really felt like there was a bit of a comeback. that could happen there, but now it's just all back in favour of Mr. Purcell's.
Elsewhere in this round, Fedor Gorst is starting to pull away a bit against Dennis Valdecker. He's now leading by 5 racks to 2. Do Tae Kien is 3-2 up on Max Lechner. Dennis Graba flying along against Mubarak Suleiman Al Wahaibi. It's 6-0 on that one. Robbie Capito looking for back-to-back Matchroom Open event titles. He's 2-1 down to Radoslav Babica. 2-all between Masato Yoshioka and Ralph Souquet. Victor Zielinski's level at 3-all with Talal Al-Blushi. Sam Henderson 3-2 up on Britain's Dean Shields.
The break has been very poor in this match. If that doesn't improve, you're not going to go deep in a tournament like this, because once you come up against a good breaker, you're going to be in all kinds of problems.
Well, that's it. It doesn't matter if you're missing the one in the side, if the other guy's missing it every time as well, which is what's going on in this match. But really, it's something that has to be worked on before you try to advance much further. So, disappointing end to the previous rack for Angito. Just left the 9 over the corner pocket and attempting a combination that would have got him back to only 2 behind. Let's see what he's made of now in terms of putting that behind him, which of course is such an important part of a player's makeup.
Difficulty level here is 10 from 10. Jacked up, trying to draw the cue ball back as well. Yeah, just not easy. Needs some help. Well, he's got the easy hook. This is over on the other table. Dong Kwok Kwang is on the hill. 8-7 over Abdullah Alenzi. Tricky shot on the 7 ball as well here. It'll be quite tight in that left centre pocket. Could play the hook, but you just don't feel like he's gonna. Good shot, perfect on the 8 ball. Huge fan base in Vietnam. They really love their pool. The pool rooms are amazing over there. Some of them have like 100 tables in them.
Well, it looked for a long time as though Dong Kwok Kwang was going to cruise through this match. He led 6-2. Alenzi turned it round and even led at one stage. Dong Kwok Kwang has finished strongly, winning 3 racks in a row to get through 9-7. And now he will face opposition from the host country in the next round, because he will play either Pia Filler or Ernst Schmidt.
Oh, overcooked it. He is just gifting opportunities to his opponent. This match could have easily been maybe even 8-0, Michael, but just can't seem to kick on, can he? This is too pacey. He was playing for the purple 5 in the left corner pocket. Probably will still attempt that shot.
And a couple of times really he's done that in this match, haven't they, where he's thrown it back too far. Is that to do with playing under the lights? Does it affect the speed to that extent?
Yeah, I think whenever you're trying to draw the cue ball back and sort of stop it on the dime, it's just so difficult. Players like to play into areas. A little fortunate that ball dropped and all. We do see them hang over the pocket from time to time.
Well, this has been impressive. He's looked good here at this visit to the table. So disappointed to lose the previous rack after just missing the combination. But he can move on from that now, because he has won this rack. So Pichelge still with a useful lead, but still with plenty to do. It's 6-3 now. Quick rack that, so not much has changed elsewhere. Dennis Grabber though now 7-0 up on Mubarak Suleiman Al-Wahibi. Ralph Souquet has gone 3-2 in front of Masato Yoshioka. And Dean Shields, the British player, going well against the young American who there's so much talk about, Sam Henderson. That one is level at 3-all. A lot of good matches in this round. Khalid Al-Ghamdi is someone who really hasn't kicked on anywhere near as much as we might have thought around this time 2 years ago. Well, he has a chance to prove himself against a former winner of this title, Alban Ocean.
You were talking about American players before with the Mosconi Cup. Well, Dean Shields has played back-to-back Americans. Played BJ Ussery in round one.
Yeah, apparently Ussery isn't playing with his own cue because it didn't arrive here, but still a fine win to produce. And Gito still in this one. And finally in rack 10, someone's made the one in the side. And it looks as though he might get his reward.
Yeah, that could be something to keep an eye on, because if he starts to master that, that is definitely going to help him try and come back in the latter stages of this match. And if the pink 4, the green 6 is a combo, this rack is very, very easy. Well, I say easy, the brown 7, he might have a bit of work to do there. I say that because if you look where the green 6 is, if the pink 4 wasn't there, it's so easy to get position from the green 6 to the brown 7. But because the green 6 is going to disappear, he's going to have to go from the purple 5 to the brown 7.
What you were saying there about the potential significance of him making the one in the side if he can go on to do it regularly. I mean, you as a top player would have a better sense of perception on this, but it seems to me it often seems to be a streaky thing. If someone's not making it, they tend to struggle through the match and not make it. And then when someone finds the formula to make it, very often they keep it and they make it rack after rack. So it's more than just relevant to this rack, the fact that he's made the one in the side there. Left himself work here now. In the end, leading the table after a safety, albeit what looks like a good one.
Well, you know what he might have on here? He might be able to, he's got to get this cue stick high. He's got to get the cue ball jumping very high and quick. But he might be able to play off the left side of the pink and pot the 9 here. It's not a million miles away, that shot. Let's see if that's what he's attempting. Well, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Only he knows.
Either way, outcome's the same. It's starting to feel like a different contest now. And Gito had just never really got started early on his way to trailing 5-1. That was partly because of his own shortcomings. He's getting the chance to build a bit of rhythm. This will be 3 racks out of the last 4. He finishes the job here at the second time of asking. So close to getting back to 5-3 behind. It didn't quite happen for him, but Alvin and Gito can really forget all about that now because he has got back to only 2 adrift now. Trailed 5-1 at one stage, it's now 6-4. Dennis Valdecker came through a hill finish earlier today against fellow German Niklas Dorr, who earned the considerable opportunity of a shot at the world champion. And it's an opportunity he's really making quite a bit of at the moment, because he's right in contention at only 5-3 down against Fedor Gorst. Do Tae-Kien has won another one against Max Lechner, now leads 4-2. Mubrak Suleiman Al-Wahaibi has averted any prospect of a whitewash by winning rack 8 against Dennis Grabber. The Estonian still very much in charge there. It's 7-1. UK Open champion Robbie Capito. He's level at 2-all with Radoslav Bicha. Ralph Souquet 3-2 up on Masato Yoshioka. And Victor Zielinski now starting to get some element of control against Talal Albuchi. That one is 5-3 to the pole.
He's definitely back in the match. Let's see if he can put the one off the break. I know we've spoke about this, and if you watch the tour you'll have heard me harp on about this a lot, but this break rule, the change in the break has been phenomenal for 9 ball. The old break, when the one was on the spot, you'd have made the wing ball, Michael. That's how easy it was. Now it's dicey, it's dangerous. Look at this, he's missed the one by a mile. Purcell's back to the table.
I was thinking about you earlier today, Carl. I was out playing on one of the tables at the exhibition stands. Yeah. And I was thinking, if Boys could see this now, he wouldn't slag off my ability so often.
Well, maybe you can go and have another little practice, and I'll have a little nosy, see what we've got. McMullen versus Yates, I can see it now.
See, basically you and I, when it comes to playing the game pool, are complete opposites, Carl. You're someone with all the talent in the world who never plays. I'm someone with no talent who keeps trying and keeps trying.
I think you're good enough to beat Phil Yates though, Michael, surely.
Oh yeah, no problems there.
The purple 5, the pink 4 just makes life a little tricky to get on the red 3. Gotta find a little gap here. Yeah, see how he crashed into the 5? Didn't want that. In an exhibition, you'd play the bank here, in the pocket, near the 7. Little stun run through, get the hook. You'd probably play the combo. Because it's not an exhibition. And it's a big rack. As he hooked himself though. Another instance where the short stick comes out. I'm not sure what he's attempting here, I won't lie. Some sort of distance. He's not got the bank anyway. Yeah, it just felt very low percentage to me there, and that's what we always talk about when we're coming out of the hooks. What good things can happen, and not a lot of things was on offer there, really. Been involved in these type of matches, Michael, where you have the lead a lot, so you should be happy that you're in the lead, but at the same time you feel like you should be on the hill by now, or in many cases you should have won the match. So he's just trying to protect that lead. He's not playing well, so you're kind of plodding on, and Gito's trying to fight back to get in the match, but they're both playing a similar level here.
You know, one of the great Q Sports all-rounders was the Australian Eddie Charlton. Snooker, billiards and pool. He played everything. And I remember him once saying, it's like every frame or game or rack or whatever is worth two. And this is a classic example of what he was talking about. Just think of the difference here between Angito getting back to 6-5, having been 5-1 down, and Pechelge, as now looks likely, getting to 7-4, and all of a sudden a match that was getting very tense. He's got a bit of room to breathe again. He's one away from the hill. Pechelge really needed that. And he's confidently taken rack 11. He leads Alvin Angito by 7 racks to 4 in this second round match at the European Open. Dennis Graba shouldn't be too long now in getting through to the next round, leading 8-1 against Mubarak Sulaiman Al Wahaibi of Oman. No change in the Fedor-Gorst match. He's still only 5-3 in front against Dennis Valdecker. Bazar Spahiu of Albania has won the first couple of racks against Vitim Aradinaj. Do Tae building a significant lead now against Max Lechner at 5-2. Lucius Yap 3-2 up on Yuma Dorner. Radoslav Babica now leading Robbie Capito 3-2. Ralph Souquet's got another one on the board. Leads Masato Yoshioka 4-2. And Dean Shields did go in front against Sam Henderson. The young American, though, has just won rack 8 to level again at 4-all. And over on table 1, Naoki Oi has just won a ranking event in Helsinki. He's taken the opener against Daniel Maciol, Polish player who got to the last 16 of 3 of these Matchroom Open events in 2023 and knocked out the then defending champion Albin Ocean on his way to that stage of this event last year. Pia Filler there, you can see, just ahead of Ernst Schmidt. That's 6 racks to 5. That's a first round match. One of the few that are still going on. Playing for the right to face Duong Kwok Wang in the next round. Massive 11th rack that. It went the way of Pechelge. He leads 7-4. 2 more to get through.
The break has been awful from Alexa Pechelge. It really has. He's nowhere near making the one ball. But he has made another random ball. And he's got to look at the one ball and look at where the balls are. What a chance to get on the hill this is.
And another reflection of the tiny margins. He has that bit of fortune, making the red 3 in the corner. Getting a nice layout that I'm sure he would accept. He probably wasn't entirely deserving of. A chance to get to the hill. That 3 stays on the table. These could all be Angito's. Suddenly he's putting the pressure on again. Albin Ocean, the winner of this title 2 years ago. Two-time world champion as well, and the only man to have played in 4 World Championship finals ever, will be next up on this table against Khalid El Ghamdi.
Is he going to come down to the bottom right hand side of the table off 3 rails? He's decided to use the bottom rail as well. Probably be a 3-railer again.
No denying he had a bit of fortune off the break, making the 3 in the corner, getting a nice layout. But there was still a job to be done, and now that it has been done, Alexa Peschelj gets his second break and run of the match. He needs just 1 more to advance. He leads Alvin Angito by 8 racks to 4. Well, only about 5 minutes ago, I'd say, Peschelj was starting to look quite tense, because that's the way the contest was going. All of a sudden, though, he's back in firm control. Petter Gorst has won the 9th rack. Get to 6-3 now against Dennis Valdecker. Azar Spahew's added another one, now taking all of the first 3 against Vitor Maridinaj. The winners of those 2 matches will play each other in winners qualification. Dennis Graba is through 9-1 over Mubarak Suleiman Al Wahaibi. The Estonian will now play either Radislav Babica or Robbie Capito in the next round. Dan Afriat, representing Israel, is through. It's listed as a 9-0 win over Fouad Abdullah Almdan. Trying to clarify whether or not that match was actually played. And we'll let you know about that. Well, Peschelj hasn't made the 1 in the side at any stage of this match. This will be his last chance.
He's been very stubborn with the cue ball. He's kept it there the whole match. I feel like he needs to move it to the corner. Yeah, one thing's for certain. He's going to go away after this match if he wins or loses and try and find the table and work on the break. There's the push. Alexa will have the option of playing the shot or handing it back over.
Yeah, I just gave that a moment ago. Whoever does get through, they'll be waiting quite a while to find out who they're going to face in winners qualification, because the section of the draw that will produce that opponent doesn't even start until tomorrow. John Morrow, the Canadian, is in there. And so is Cliff Castelline, the Belgian. Isn't he the guy you played in the final of that tournament where you did your online experiment, let's call it.
Yeah, very talented actually. Never met him before, Cliff, and spoke to him in Belgium a few months ago now, and he said he was going to give a year of everything, try and become a professional pool player.
If he's playing in a close match, am I allowed to call it a cliffhanger? Only if you're not in the box, I guess.
You can say whatever you want, Michael. Chance for the match, needs a good angle on the blue too, unless that red 3 does pass the brown 7. Feel like it sneaks in. Well, this will tell us if he draws straight back. It's not been the finest of performances, we know that. The break's been dreadful, but it's all about getting through, isn't it? That's all that matters. We've seen it with Fedor Gorst, the world champ.
And if you can't be good, be lucky, and he certainly was there. Albeit it may not lead very far. Yeah, Gorst had so many comebacks early on in the World Championship. 7-0 down in one of his matches.
Yeah, he showed so much heart at that tournament, did Fedor. Battling qualities was through the roof. All the way through the tournament, really. Had so many close matches, didn't he?
Seems to be a theme in recent years. You think of Shane Van Bonen had quite a few close matches. His way to the world title. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz had some battles to come through on his way to the title in Poland last year. So whatever he has or hasn't left here, Pescelj let Angito back in for what really is last chance territory. And we always say it, don't we? Angito had come out in this match in an environment he's not really used to and just been kept off the table and hadn't had opportunities. Would be disappointing, obviously, but a good bit easier to take. He knows he's not done himself justice really in this match. Took him a long time to get going at all.
We've seen these comebacks before, though. You know, it's a bit weird when you're playing. You don't feel like it's possible to win 5 racks on the spin, but we've seen a lot of big comebacks from this very chair, Michael, over the years. So he's definitely still in this match.
Yeah, we talk about staying in the moment so much in sport, particularly individual sport, and I always think this is the ultimate test of it, when a match looks to be all but gone. Just to focus on the task at hand rather than thinking about the enormity of what you've got to do overall. Oh, but it's all gone now, isn't it? In all probability, that is going to be Alvin Angito's last shot of the match. And that will be the big disappointment for him. He's had his opportunities and passed them up. Maybe had 1 or 2 little bits of misfortune early on in the match. Pescelj did let him back into it. From 5-1 down, he got back to 6-4. Pescelj has had a bit of good fortune since then. The bottom line is, though, he's finished it off with a run of 3 racks in a row. And the US Open semi-finalist Alexa Pescelj has beaten Alvin Angito by 9 racks to 4. He is through to winners qualification, and as I said, we'll have a considerable wait before finding out who he's going to play there. Not too long to wait at all, though, before the next match on this table. Albin Ouschan, the inaugural winner of this title here in Fulda 2 years ago, up against the much talked about young Saudi Arabian Khalid Al Ghamdi. That'll be along in the company of Phil Yates and Jeremy Jones, just a few minutes' time.
perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's done it!
And it would be the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Welcome back to the 2024 European Open. 2 years ago, the inaugural staging of this event was right here at the Hotel Esperanto in Fulda. And the champion was Albin Ouschen, overcoming Shane Van Boening 13-11 in a clash of titans. The Austrian overcoming the American for the title. Can he make it 2 out of 3? Well, he's won a match already today, Albin Ouschen. And now he's into round 2, facing a tough opponent though in Saudi Arabia's Khalid Al Ghamdi. Much like that scene there though, his career has been glittering. In recent times he's caught a bit of an issue really. He's not been at his best, he's not been at his most sharp around the table. But when it comes to writing off players, you never do that to Albin Ouschen, never ever. He's got that hard competitive spirit, he loves to win, he simply hates to lose, and it's only a matter of time before the big titles start flowing again for the double world 9-ball champion. That said though, Khalid Al Ghamdi, a teenager from Saudi Arabia, is a fine talent who in this event 2 years ago, when he was only 17, made the last 32. He announced his arrival on the big stage, and in making the last 32, he got a victory over Skylar Woodward. Ouschen is well aware of the quality of his opponent, and consequently he will not be taking Khalid Al Ghamdi lightly in any way, shape or form. We always thought he's now on the hill against Dennis Valdecker at 8-3. The winner of this match in winners qualification will take on Liu Riteng or Tim de Ruyter. I just got the impression from his first match here today that Ouschen, I think he might have come out of that dark spell and he might be moving in the right direction again. while we're waiting for this match to begin. Over on table 1, well, racks have been traded. Naoki Oi and Daniel Maciel. No surprise that it's a tight scoreboard there early on, and I think it will remain so. You can make a case out for both of these two, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely. Daniel, who I love his game, of course, Naoki Oi the same, but always had, he's made a little bit more noise, of course, off the table, like always, but on the table, Daniel, very reserved young man, but got a lot of game, and I kind of feel like he should have maybe gotten a semifinal or more quarterfinals in these World 9-Ball Tour events the last couple of years. That's how good he is.
What I like about Daniel Maciel, he exudes calm. He plays with an economy of effort. He never seems to be temperamentally on edge. And I think that really does serve him well, because this is a kind of game where you need to have that level-headed thinking.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's almost like sometimes I want to see a little more emotion from Daniel, and kind of like some of his younger countrymen, Zielinski at times. Of course, all of them are pretty quiet as a whole. But again, I'd still like to see maybe a little more emotion at times.
So we're just about to see the Austrian number 1 for many years on the main match table. Max Lechner, who's in the Austrian top 3 together with Mario He. Well, Lechner is in grave danger of being sent to the one-loss side of the draw, because he's 8-2 down to Do Tae Kien of Vietnam. That's over on table 3 right now. Aloysius Schaap leads Yuma Dorna 5-2. Dennis Grabber had a comfortable 9-1 win over Mubarak. Suleiman Al-Wahabi. Robbie Capito, easy first match, not easy second time out. He's 5-4 up on Radislav Babica. And look at Ralph Suke go, the veteran, the evergreen German, 6-2 up on Masato Yoshioka. Victor Zielinski in a battle with Talal Al-Blushi. It's 6-5 to Zielinski. Dean Shields, who beat Vijay Usuri earlier on, he's up against American opposition again in Sam Henderson, and that's 6-6. These are all second round matches, of course, and there are still the odd first round match still going on. Ricardo Goodjar, 8-7 up on Kan Salim. And another first round match to tell you about. Ernst Schmidt leads Pia Filler, wife of Joshua Filler, 7-6. In fact, as I speak, Pia Filler has just equalised at 7-7. But not too many first round matches still in progress.
Yeah, they've exchanged a few, Oi and Maciel. Here in game number 6, I think our main table's about ready to get started, so we'll be leaving them coming off and on back to this table. But yeah, 6 on the spin for Ralph Suke. He was down 2-0 in that match to start.
Not disrespecting Do Tae Kien, we've seen him play and clearly he's useful. But an 8-2 scoreline over Max Lechner, that has to go down as a shock.
Yeah, but Do, I mean, he's super talented. We watched him knocking a lot of tough balls, move the cue ball around. Needs a lot of experience at the game still, it seemed, but never know how quickly he's gaining it. Probably got a little bit of help from Max in that match to get that type of lead, though.
Now remember, both of these two have played before today. Both had a victory. But there is a big difference. Both of them were on outside tables, so this is the first time they played under a shot clock here. Obviously, Naushin's played under a shot clock on literally scores of occasions throughout his career, hundreds maybe. It's a 30-second shot clock. 1 30-second extension allowed per player per rack.
Yeah, both players pretty amped up on the lags there. Overhit them a bit. Not the best hit on the one there. Lots of balls right there around the center of the table, and it'll be Albin Ocean here to start offensively, most likely.
You know, the old saying, which is now a cliche to use so often, that form is temporary, class is permanent. I think that really does apply, and it's a plus point for Ausham because we know sooner rather than later, but at some point he will regain his best.
Yeah, and you know, it's a fickle sport. In game 9 ball, it doesn't take much to be off, especially very difficult equipment. Lots of pressure. Great opener there, by the way. Anytime you're playing in these tough side pockets and you have to elevate the cue a little bit, you can't slide the ball in, you got to hit it pure, but it just doesn't take much to be off, and especially because it's such a mental game, it can get compounded, you know, quickly by any of us, really. So I wonder if he's entertaining a 5-9 combination or the 5 passes in that right middle here in a couple shots, but I think for Albin, I think it's a blessed thing. You know, he's in a tough match here as expected in round 2, but what I mean, it's a good thing he's getting on this table here with the shot clock. It makes him get on with it a little bit, and even if he goes on to have to play, you know, the rest of his matches in qualification and then on and without the shot clock for a little while, you know, getting that shot clock match ahead of you could really do you some favors, I think.
I think the shot previous to that, he was a little miffed that he slightly overscrewed for the 3 to middle.
Well, this has become difficult just because he's got a going away angle. He's got the 6 impeding, kind of pounding the 4 in and coming back across. And then when he shoots the 5, unless he gets really premium, he's going to be going into the 7 with the cue ball. So a lot of work here. Does he play to go before the 6, past the 6, maybe high ball? Maybe try to use a high ball just to lengthen it out a little bit, but he's still going to have to go into the brown 7 in some manner. Yeah, can he get enough draw on this? Easy to hit this a hair thick. Well, he hit it sweet.
Came so close to winning the Hanoi Open last year in Vietnam. It was a pulsating final against Jason Shaw. He came up just short, and he was the definition of disappointed at the end. Could not disguise his dejection. It was written all over his face.
Yeah, he also has a lot of fans. He spent some time there this summer after Saudi Arabia. Like many others, did some exhibitions and whatnot. Vietnam was one of those locations. I watched some of that match not long ago, just maybe 6 or 7 games, I guess it was, and big turning point there was when Jason had missed, I believe it was a kiss shot on the 9, and Albin, the 5 laid on the side rail near the diamond. He got all the way over on the side rail with the cue ball, and he made the combination and went 2 rails and scratched. I don't know if you remember, right by the 9 where he had made it and really turned the entire match around. That was to have a massive lead, like 6 games, something like that.
So here, Ausham wins the first rack. And talking about turning points, there was an obvious one in his first round match today. Khalid Al-Ghamdi came through 9-3 against Ralph Zeegan of the Netherlands. That was over on table 8. We didn't see an awful lot of it. In fact, we saw nothing of it. But we did see some of Albin Aushin's match because it was over on table 1 being streamed on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. We went over to it between main table matches. It was 5-3 for Aushin over Carlo Blasi, a youngster from Italy. It looked like going 5-4. Blasi left himself a lengthy 9-ball, which he overcut by some distance. Aushin won that rack and then never looked back to win 9-3 and proceed, I think, with a slightly flattering scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like some other shots we have seen missed today, you never know the difference in some of these matches. Just one game can really seems like it can knock you down a little more than it picks you up, those one games. But yeah, you never know.
Can't tell you, Fedor Gorsht, as fully expected, has negotiated the second round. He beat Dennis Waldecker of Germany 9-3. So in winners qualification, Gorsht will play Besu Sparhu of Albania. Or Vitim Haradinaj. Sparhu leads that one 4-3 at the moment.
Yeah, now Albin, of course, who has improved on that break, has got one here that he's got to think about. Maybe not much thought, really. Such a great tactical player, has the push out in his bag, but he's going to go ahead and take on the jump. Just too big of a favorite not to.
Also influencing his decision there, Jeremy, presumably, was the openness of the table. Position on the 3 was, well, you can never say guaranteed, but highly likely.
Yeah, anytime you have a choice like that with the push out, you definitely want to be shooting at something that has a reward, and that's what Phil was talking about, you know, knocking a nice shot. You want to continue the run, but, you know, also says a little something about the guy he's playing. I think he knows he can't just, you know, kind of push out where he wants and manhandle the games, you know, with some safety play. He's got to respect his opponent just like one of those top players. A little awkward here. Does he come between the 6-8 here? Does he check the cue ball with inside? A lot of times the table here early, you want to just go with the natural here between the 6-8, not use side spin really. Could have been a little better. He's not going to be happy falling on the rail there.
Luckily, if you can call it that, he's not going to do anything with the cue ball in terms of position on the 7, but it was a sloppy one. The kind of shot that gets under the skin of a perfectionist like Albin Aushin.
And it appeared while he was down on the shot, he kind of changed his mind on how he wanted to play it. Initially came down cueing some right spin, but then went to straight high. I think it was the right decision, but maybe needed to take a couple more seconds. It's a confident cueing, though. You know, a lot of players may have eased that in a bit more, stayed on the right side of the 9, but went ahead and put it in with some speed, came across nice, perfect to come 2 rails directly at the 8.
Well, I must say, he's looking good. A couple of mistakes positionally in the first 2 racks, but he overcame them. And Albin Ouschen leads 2-0. I can tell you in second round action, Do Taekian has beaten Max Lechner and beaten him resoundingly by 9 racks to 2. Ivan Coelho of Portugal has beaten Joniuski 1-0, or leads 1-0 I should say. Alorcia Shap 7-2 up on Yuma Dorna. Dimitris Lukatos, he's 3-2 up on Daria Seranchuk of Ukraine. Radislav Babica and Robbie Capito locked together at 5-5. Sanyan Polovanovic and Mateusz Snigotsky, they've just started out on table 3. Ralph Suko looking good against Masato Yoshioka at 7-3. Viktor Zielinski didn't have things all his own way in the match against Talal Belushi. He might yet come a cropper, but he is on the hill. He leads 8-5, the talented Pole. Darren Appleton and Ivan Rudenko are just about to square off. Dean Shields and Sam Henderson 7-7. Over on table 1, where you can see all of the action on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Daniel Maciol and Naoki Oi continue to trade racks. It's 4-4. And Oliver Szolnocki has started out against Andy Finnegan, the Hungarian winning the opening rack.
Yeah, turning back the clock like rattled those scores off. Babica takes a 6-5 lead over Capito. Radislav Babica really kind of one of the first great players from Poland. Took a hair more speed off on that one. I don't think it was totally intended, but it's going to come away with a pretty nice starter on the 1. Not easy, but doable. Now Albin will dig on this cue ball here with low left English. I don't know if he tries to kill it or if he goes ahead and comes near the 2. The 2 has 2 upper corners and 1 left middle, besides the obvious lower right.
On a very quick table, it was always going to be difficult to hold the cue ball, and he knew when the white was just about parallel with the purple 5 ball, he knew he'd overdone it.
Yeah, that's why I thought he may just go ahead and let it run a bit more, playing it kind of the same path, but just a hair more speed. Now he's looking to use the 7 maybe. Wanted to put him behind the 3, but I'm not sure it's there, especially not being so comfortable with the stretch. He's giving up a look at the blue 2 here. I thought he would keep it simple there, Phil, and just lay him on the top rail using the 7 and some distance. Now he's giving up a cross-side bank if Khalid wants to play it.
You might think, where do I know the name Khalid Al Ghamdi from? Well, maybe because he won the Shane Van Boening Jr. Open at the US Open in 2022. Played very nicely there to capture that title, overcoming the likes of Yannick Pongas and Riku Rompainen before beating Trenton White 9-3 in the final. That plus his run to the last 32 here told us at the age of 17 he was a genuine prospect.
Yeah, that overhead showed us he didn't have that cross-side bank, so he had to start his second round campaign here with a safety off the blue too. Think he can get at all this ball? Does he bank this back down between the 6-7, trying to use the 7? Does he just bank it around the 7, trying to maybe come behind the purple 5?
Massiol and Oy now 5-5. Massiol wanting a good 9 ball. He overran position from 8 to 9, but the 9 ball went in nevertheless. Now that could have dropped in a kinder fashion.
Yeah, pretty nice kiss shot. Does have a playable pocket in the middle. Could bank it cross side, drawing the ball to the bottom rail and back out. Gotta feel like he's gonna stay offensive here. He doesn't have to. Could play him behind the pink pretty easily.
When you're pitted against someone of Auchen's calibre, it's essential you make the most of these chances. Especially in a winner breaks format when you can grab hold of the match.
Yeah, and of course, a young player like Khalid always needs experience. More experience never hurts, but really, I wouldn't say any weakness in the game. I mean, pockets the ball nice, has a nice cue ball, pretty sensible about things. Can usually break the balls pretty well. So he can definitely put some racks together and apply some heat to Alvin Ocean.
Yeah, I think technically he's pretty good. He's cue action, undoubtedly so. I think maybe his stance is a little bit wide, and it looks to me a tad awkward. I don't know whether you agree.
Yeah, I don't think it's as wide as it used to be. I think it's tightened up a little bit, but he's a long man, so that's where he feels comfortable. Who was it earlier we were commenting on had somewhat of a different stance as a tall man, but
by the way, the first round split into 2 days, of course, as is normally the modus operandi in these events. So not many matches left. In fact, just one. Ricardo Goodjar has beaten Can Salim in an all-German affair 9-8. So the only first-round match left going today. In fact, it's just this second finished. Pia Filler has been beaten 9-7 by Ernst Schmidt. So first-round action for today is complete. We can concentrate now on round 2. And the first round on the loser's side. Fulda's a great place to be, but being on the loser's side on day one isn't where you want to be.
No, not at all. You have to play another one usually as well, so got to regroup.
Julian Roper, the referee, just making sure the rack is up to scratch. I was chatting downstairs to Jason Shaw after his match, and he was pretty pleased with the way he played, and he agreed with us that the table's playing very fast. His one gripe was inconsistency of racking. He wasn't overly enamored with it.
Yeah, it seems like something that is a constant, but seems a lot of players taking a lot more pace off the break here. I've seen so far anyways. Of course, it's rare that we've seen a breaker that's, you know, on the lighter side really snap off one of these events, but it has happened. They've made some deep runs. Yeah, and we worked on the racks there in Saudi Arabia with the referees, of course, and it just seems like no matter who the referee is, if you keep touching them, it seems like you have a chance to make the rack a hair inconsistent. Well, he's in a great spot here, though. Just hold the cue ball a little bit on the 3. You'll have a natural to come down on the left side for the pink 4 in the lower right. Khalid should tie this match.
It was a pity he didn't make much of an impact at the recent World 9-Ball Championship in his home country. Had a great couple of days out at the Riyadh Season Masters Snooker at the start of the year. Got to see all of the big names in that game in Riyadh. I was out of the commentary box and happened to bump into him, and he was really enjoying himself. And what a great tournament that was, by the way. Ronnie O'Sullivan beating Luca Brecel in the final. Incredible crowd scenes. And the game really arrived in that part of the world with that event.
Yeah, another one coming pretty soon. And I tell you, he's a little thin here. Got to make a pretty clear-cut decision. He's going with outside. He's got to watch out for the upper right corner. He's going to play it nice and easy. Ooh. And that one will show us, this is day one, and of course that wasn't center cut, but it was sliding in at a pretty reasonable speed and really didn't even think about going.
He thought it was destined to drop, and I must agree with him.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried about it when I saw it. Off the cue ball, it looked pretty good, especially the type of stroke he put on it. Sometimes when you poke at the balls and whatnot, I feel like kind of shrinks the pocket a bit.
Pretty well timed. Could have been better.
Yeah, he didn't know, you know, when the ball's so deep, you don't know if you're going to catch the side rail or the knuckle in the pocket after contact on the object ball. He caught it a little bit. That's why the line on the cue ball wasn't quite as good as he wanted, but better to be a little long than short on that draw stroke.
And with the 9-ball just avoided off that top rail. Hard to imagine 3-1 won't be avoided. Albin Ouschan, 3-1 up, the double world champion, going nicely. And talking of double world champions, after his latest victory, we caught up with Fedor Gorsht.
So, congratulations on your victories today.
Thank you.
How do you think your performance went?
I think I played good on the TV table. My first match, I was breaking good. In the beginning of the match, I was breaking and running. I think I broke and ran the first 4 out of 5. Didn't miss a ball the first match. So first match I played my A game, I would say. Second match it was a little bit more difficult. I was getting into it with the ref as usual, and the rack situations, the roll situations, and that got into my head a little bit. And still played all right, but not as good as my first one. But win is a win, it's all good.
Obviously, you're now the new world champion. How has that influenced your game and this tournament in particular?
I think, just like I said in all of my previous interviews, Saudi Arabia, I wasn't performing my best, and that just gave me, understanding that you don't have to play your best to win tournaments. Like right now, I'm feeling more relaxed, more confident, I would say, that I don't have to play my best game to win. Before that, I was doubting maybe I have to play, everybody thinking you have to play your best game to win tournaments, and that's not the case and wasn't the case. And yeah, hopefully I do play my best game, but if I don't, then I find my way to win.
Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Speaks well, doesn't he, Fedor Gorsht? Measured, on point. He'll be pleased with the way the day's gone. And I think so far, Albin Ouschan will too. But he will not be pleased with that dry break.
Nah, it just didn't sound like the best hit in the world. But again, the 9 moved out of the rack a hair. That was always something we looked for as far as the consistency in the rack. And as you said, Jason, you heard Federer say that there in the interview. And we'll see how it moves on with the referees and the players and the mixture of both. But he's got to make up for that, what was a pretty routine out for Khalid in game number 4 to tie the match. Got to get it going a little bit.
Daniel Masséol has got it going on table 1. For the first time, he has a 2-rack lead over Naoki Oi. It's 7-5. Same pocket, same devastation.
Yeah, and it doesn't, that's not the MO for Khalid, missing easy balls. I've seen him at times get a little, show his youth with decision making sometimes with position and safeties at times, but really knocks in those easy balls or very makeable balls at a very high rate, and he's missed 2 in the last 2 games. Now, Albin has some choices here, but the thing is, the choice he's thinking about, what puts him on the pink 4? What position off the 2 gets him to the red 3 to make it easy to get to that pink 4? Is it a rail first that comes up to the middle of the table? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. May have gotten a pretty friendly bump there. But now he's way out of line.
I thought for an instant that the bump would leave him with really awkward queuing over the brown 7. That was avoided. So I suppose look on the bright side.
Yeah, he has the wrong angle, but it could have been much worse, the angle on the red 3. Now he can hold. Well, is he trying to go forward all the way up to the center of the table for the cut? I think this is low percentage. Okay, that's what I like, trying to hold and play safe or evaluate.
He didn't have really awkward queuing over the 7, but he did have somewhat awkward queuing over the 8. And that's why the ball went astray.
I'm surprised he's kicking this way. Why wouldn't you kick to the bottom cushion trying to send the 3 up table? That one baffled me a little bit. Kind of feel like you're just betting you make the 3 in that corner there, and even if you do make the 3, no position offered on the pink. And that's kind of what I was talking about a second ago. I've seen Khalid, of course, the experience, not quite there yet, make a decision that may not agree with most of the top players, but it usually does knock the balls in. Well, that's twice he's gotten to the beeps on the shot clock and has missed the ball.
Yeah, just 2 seconds in hand on that particular shot. Cutting it fine, but ironically, when he came to the pot itself, he didn't cut it fine enough.
No, the way he kind of nonchalantly, wow, this pocket here. He's trying to figure out, how do I make one?
If overnight we come back into the arena tomorrow and that pocket is burned, we'll know who the prime suspect is.
Yeah, sealed up. There's like a little, like they do the pocket, what are they called, where you turn it into like a 3 cushion table. Fillers, pocket fillers. All right, tricky one here as well.
So there it is. 3-1 becomes 4-1. Al Ghamdi's mistakes catching up with him. It's not been an overwhelming performance by Al Binaushan so far. In fact, apart from the break and run out in the second rack, Al Ghamdi's had his chances. By the way, it's tightening up again on table 1. Daniel Massiol's lead over Naoki Oi is now 7-6. If you're just joining us today, Oi is the latest winner on the World 9-Ball Tour. He won the Town Maxrack Open in Helsinki, Finland at the weekend, on Sunday to be precise. He beat Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the final. First prize of €8,000, approximately 8,600 US dollars. And that will facilitate quite a leap in the World 9-ball rankings for a player you have to say is the Japanese number one.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he hasn't had, the year and a half of late that he had just a couple years ago. It was incredible runs in all these tournaments, it seemed like, from Naoki Oi. But he has a chance to make that Reyes Cup team as well for Team Asia. He always loves the U.S. Open, so he's getting geared up for that as well.
He's got terrific ability, Naoki Oi. I also think he would be a real cohesive force on the team because of his good humour and his general personality.
Yeah, and I think he'd be the kind of teammate that would be okay with, whatever you put him under, really. Whatever doubles matchup you like, singles. And you would think that would be the case with any of these pros, but yeah, we're seeing inconsistency there. Now the 9-ball moved out of the rack again without being kissed, so that's the telltale sign that the rack may be a hair off. But I've been on those teams before where, there were big Friday night matches or, a match was close, even nearing the end. Who wanted to play, who didn't want to play, and it'd be surprising sometimes. Or you would be surprised sometimes, excuse me. Thin 1-ball here.
Well, if you're looking for consolation, at least it was a different pocket. Auschen got away with a dry break in the previous rack. And he could well get away with a dry break in this one. I think, Jeremy, when you're commentating on the Mosconi Cup this year, we will allow you to have a supportive view of the United States. Cole's been doing it for years with Europe, so it's just, balancing up the books, if you like.
Yeah, well, I don't think there'll be any problem. You were there. I think you were there, right? A couple years ago, or did you miss that Mosconi, the last one in America?
I was there.
Yeah, and the crowd was really incredible, so I think it's going to be pretty easy for me to be siding with the Americans. Of course, as I would anyways, but I think it's going to be something special there in Florida this year. What is it, November 30th, I think it starts?
Yeah, November 30th to December 3, 4 days of action. Of course, with the different time zone, it's Eastern time zone, 5-hour time difference from the UK, so the session times in the USA will be slightly different to what they've been in Las Vegas. Traditionally, it's been 11 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I presume in Florida it will be 2 o'clock in the afternoon to midnight. Sorry, 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 7 o'clock local time, which takes us to midnight in the UK.
Yeah, and starts you at 7 in the UK as well, so I think that makes sense. Now he's overran his mark a little bit here. Can draw the cue ball playing the 5 to the upper left and go towards the 6-8. Maybe he's going to take it to the upper right. I don't know. It seems like the upper left's got to be the play unless he holds for the bank on the green 6, which is also very playable. Looks like the upper right. Easy to overcut it. That was center cut there. right, looks like he's trying to come past the side. It's got to go.
Playing with fire a little.
And you could tell he was just a hair off with the stroke. Not terribly or anything, but it was that kind of delicate to get past the side pocket. Now, does he draw this all the way back? I like just rolling forward, playing short side on the 9 myself.
And Albin Ouschen ain't missing this. 5-1. He's been predatory so far, just picking up on the, without being too unkind, the many mistakes, the many errors of his opponent. Khalid El Ghamdi has missed 4 balls, and that's why he's 4 racks down. Ouschen leading 5-1. Yeah, those session times at the Moscone are absolutely perfect for holidaymakers who want to take in the pool and also enjoy the area. If you think about it, if you're a golfer, you can tee off at 7 o'clock in the morning in Orlando at that time of year, get the round well out the way before the pool begins in the afternoon. And in fact, just across the road from the venue, the Carib Royale Resort, there's Hawks Landing Golf Club, which is a beautiful facility, and another short drive away is Falcons Fire, which is a great course. And then, conversely, play finishes at 7 o'clock. You've got time to go to the parks and see the fireworks.
Yeah, there's so much to do in Orlando, of course. Yeah, the timing of everything would be really nice. You could have a little bit of a late evening if you're on a real holiday. Probably some pool going on at some of the local pool rooms for some of the fans coming in. And get up, have plenty of time to get a nice breakfast and get yourself going. And then get to the action. Entire month there, really, for about 30 days. Florida's going to be a pretty hot spot for pool, as it always is, really. But
even on the break there, you saw the left-eye dominance of Albin Ouschen, who's dominating this match, and at least there the 1 ball goes in.
yeah, it seemed to go back to how he started the match with a bit more speed. He's got a lot of safety options here. He could bank the 2 across, drift in 1 rail with the right spin behind the 7, go up behind the 8, put the cue ball behind the 6. What he's sizing up there was the bank and drawing the cue ball backside of the 6 and then 2 rails up for the 3 in the upper right. It must sit pretty close if he's eyeing it, and I think that's what he's doing with a low cue ball. Watch this shot, folks. Low left English. I think that's the play anyways, drawing the cue ball right to the bottom diamond, the middle diamond on the bottom cushion, then swinging that backup table. I didn't get the draw, the initial draw he wanted. Did make the bank though.
Yes, and his path to the red 3 ball is not obstructed.
I was going to say this combination doesn't, for some reason, even though it's got distance, it's definitely off angle. Kind of feels like to me it's not sitting too bad to shoot at. You may go forward if you shoot the combination and kind of double kiss the 3 to hold position. Now he's cueing left English, so I'm not sure what he's doing exactly. Can he come across the 3, bank it back down table, and slide the cue ball 1 rail behind the 8-5? Yeah, like that. Really good stuff. And, at any level this rings true, but, he's got an opponent that's struggling a little bit. So Why give up something easy?
On table 1, Naoki Oi trying to remain in the match against Daniel Maciel. Maciel leads 8-6, but Oi should make it 8-7. 3 balls away, make that 2 balls away. It is 8-7 Maciel. Well, not a bad result, is it? Not a bad result at all.
Young Sam Henderson squeaks one out with a 9-8 win over Dean Shields of the UK. So a couple close ones for Sam here. Day 1. Going to the air. May go at the 9 here.
I think there was a tut there from Albin Ouchen, but he can't complain too vehemently. Tying up 7 and 8. And leaving the 3 ball tough.
Yeah, you wonder what he's going to play here, really. I guess the 3 does go by, or he's going to cut it to the upper left. On the cue ball between the 5-8. Well, he broke him out. Needs a bump here. He got it okay, but the 5's somewhat tied up, and now he's next to the pink, so still a lot to work on here for Khalid to get back on the board. Tell you what, he could knock this in and play a very easy safety off the 5, putting the cue ball behind the 7-8. Doesn't have to run out. This is going to slide a bit. Ooh, and now the safety becomes very difficult. Guess he's trying to play the 5 off the 9 to place the 5 behind the 7-8 as he brings the cue ball back down table here. Not bad.
Well, you could never accuse him of not getting distance. Obtained almost maximum distance.
Well, that was as thin as it gets. I think he got behind that ball, actually.
And for at least the 3rd time in the match, he hit a shot with 2 seconds remaining. Showing lots of poise when the beeps go off.
Yeah, not out of the woods yet to get that game number 2. This is awkward as well. Can't really pull the ball. He's got to maybe check it with the hair of inside. He's going to go lefty. think that's because of the inside English that's needed.
He's fallen foul of pocketing balls. He's missed when he should have potted. But he's not going to miss this one. A much needed rack for Khalid Al Ghamdi. Albin Ashen's lead reduced to 5-2. And we now know who Fedor Gorsht will play in winners' qualification. It is the Albanian World Cup player Besar Spahiu, who defeated Fitim Haradinaj 9-3. Yoniuski 4-2 upon Ivan Koyeo. Lorcia Shap 9-3 over Yuma Dorna. Looking good for Dimitris Lukatos against Daria Saranchuk at 7-3. Robbie Capito beat Radislav Babica 9-6. Sanyan Polovanovic 3-2 upon Matthias Nigotsky in a tough one to call. Ralph Suke through 9-3 over Masato Yoshioka. Victor Zelinsky, he won 9-5 against Talal Al-Blushi. Darren Appleton made a slow start in his first match today, retrieved the situation, and he needs to do so again because he's 5-1 down to Ivan Rudenko. As Jeremy said, Sam Henderson, the youngster from Iowa in the Midwest, well, he's beaten Dean Shields 9-8. Mohamed Soufi has taken 3 quick racks to start the match against Mikhail Oagard. Shane Walford 4-0 down to Salvador Garcia. Liu Riteng 4-3 up on Tim de Ruyter. The winner of that match will play the winner of the match we're concentrating on right now. And Kopin Yi 5-1 up on Badr Alawadi.
Well, I think Kopin Yi probably trying to play his best match there. Badr's been playing some exceptional pool, had a great World Pool Championships and has done some damage around the world playing since. Got a cross corner here. He's got to play with some inside spin. Tough to push out against Albin. Looks like he's going to go the jump cue, and that's what he was sizing up to see if he can get over the 8 and the 5, not impede the jump at the 1.
Now, when I gave you the rundown of the scores, I didn't give you table 1. That's because it was a very fluent situation. Daniel Maciel has just gone all around the houses, potting a thin 7. And he had just enough pace on the cue ball to give himself some form of position on the 8, which creeps into the pocket. And so now, the left-hander from Poland has this winning 9 ball.
Notice Daniel also cross-dominant eye, very right-eye dominant, left-handed player. Maybe more extreme than any of us, really. I'm cross-eyed dominant player myself.
No shot clock on this table, so has as much time as he wants. And it could be his time here. He's capable of winning one of these big tournaments, and he's just gained a very big victory over the latest winner on the World 9-Ball Tour. 2 days after being victorious in Finland, Naoki Oi sent to the one-loss side of the draw. He's beaten 9-7 by Poland's Daniel Maciel. Had to feel sorry, though, for whoever lost that match. To play an opponent of that calibre in the second round is a little bit harsh.
Albin a bit thinner than he wanted there. A little surprising as well. Always, I think the emphasis was to get off the rail with the cue ball, but didn't quite hit his mark on the line with the cue ball. Remember that pocket that has hung a few balls. May have to draw out of this. I don't know if he has enough angle to stun 2 cushions. Maybe a hair of left spin. Yeah, he does. You can tell the cueing's okay for that shot. I don't know if he'll push across on this or not. May just go forward, taking a little cut on the 9.
(6-2), that 4-rack gap is restored. So Jeremias is now traditional, well certainly over the last few years. I'm allowed to ask you some hypothetical Mosconi Cup questions. Here's the one for today. If you were the European captain, which I know you never would be, but if you were, and Albin Ouschan didn't qualify, would you give him a wild card?
Well, I think there's a lot of variables there, Phil. I mean, you'd have to say most likely yes, but you have to see who else is in the mix with him, I would think, and really what kind of year made him not get picked. You know, if he goes round to 64 last year, even 32, I think Ralph Eckert is hard-pressed to pick Albin Ouschan of the performance he had last year as a whole. But, you know, getting to that final there in Hanoi made it much easier for what Ralph wanted, which was the exact same team as the year before.
From my perspective, I think he's a perfect candidate for Mosconi Cup. And having been on multiple teams with him, I think Jason Shaw would be well acquainted with that fact. So I think if he's on any kind of form, he has to be regarded as a really good opportunity to get into that team.
Well, that and, you know, I'm not taking anything away from our team at all, but last time he didn't make the team, they got beat. So I think that was that 2019, I believe it was.
Yes, and I think individual form is one thing. He's got the perfect makeup for me for Mosconi.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, you got to play a lot of doubles. You know, what he brings in the practice room, we couldn't tell you exactly. But you see the 9 moving right there. That has got to get addressed. There's been too much of that, and that's going to make the 1 be very inconsistent for these guys and ladies. But it just came pushing right out of the rack, and that's not something we want to see. But may go to the air here. But yeah, he's a great doubles player. Great singles player as well. Knows the slick table, which I think is a big one. More players you have in your camp that really know that table is just it's all it is big pluses for your team. Again, like Phil said, if he can knock this in, he figures to produce something on the red 3. Say a little favorite too. Ooh, may get fluky.
All kinds of stuff happening there. Nothing in the end positive for Ouschan, who turned away in disgust and then turned back swiftly when he realised he might be the beneficiary of Lady Luck. He wasn't in the end.
All right, to flip the script, though, what if he does have just a poor year as a whole? What do you do, Phil? I mean, I think you got to look at some other guys.
Yeah, there has to be inevitably a changing of the guard at some point. But what I would say is that quite a few occasions on both teams as he hangs another ball. What we've seen on quite a few occasions for both teams is that players have gone into the Mosconi Cup as rookies after good individual years and looked like a fish out of water.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is a very different animal, isn't it, to all of the other tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, just a different perspective like the year I had to play. Just as the year I had to fill in for Earl because of the COVID, but I wouldn't say I was always comfortable playing in it. How can you be totally comfortable all the time? But I really liked it, and I kind of understood what happened. And I think that helped me play a bit better, I think, than most would have expected with that situation. But I mean, you know, one of these guys that we would expect to be on that team is going to have to get picked, you would think anyways, and that being either Albin Ocean or you doubt Joshua Filler. Both those had to get picked last year. But Kachi, I mean, he's in a great spot to make the team. I don't know if it's guaranteed yet as far as the Mosconi, but it's got to be somewhat close.
Yeah, as always, European captains, Shaw being no exception, has an embarrassment of riches.
All right, can he kill the cue ball here? Does the 3 even pass the pink? I think it does. Great stroke there. That's all about striking your tip position accurately.
We're just talking there about players who excel in team environments. That certainly applied to Johan Chua at the last World Cup. Together with James Arenas, the Philippines won the World Cup with Chua in truly inspirational form. And the reason I'm mentioning his name is that he's on next on our main table. A second round match against Liu Tianheng of Chinese Taipei. So any time now it's going to be good quality.
Yeah, that's what you would expect. He eyed this ball quite a few times, wondering if there's enough pocket to play this off the 8. Obviously not going to go in cleanly, but what he's worried about is he going to get a double kiss and the 6 just stand there for a Khalid. Now the one thing is the 8 should come outward a little bit, so he now wants to get an angle on the 7. That's what he was worried about.
There's been a quick turnover of matches on Table 1 on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel now. It's Gary Wilson, snooker's Scottish and Welsh Open champion, playing his first match of the day after an initial walkover. He's up against Ayup Ai from right here in Germany. At 5-1 down, it was looking pretty grim. It's not looking all that optimistic for Khalid Al Ghamdi now. But you never know.
Yeah, sorry for our graphic there. It's now 6-3 Ocean. Khalid is going to take a timeout. I think pretty smart. Get a chance to break the balls. Maybe cut this to 1 or 2 games before Ocean gets back to the table.
So that gives us a window to give you the very latest scores from this second round. Jani Uski from Finland, rated highly by many, including my co-commentator Jeremy Jones. He's 4-3 up on Ivan Coelho of Portugal. Daria Seranchuk down 8-3 to Dimitris Lukatos. Sanyan Perlovanovic pulling away now against Matthias Snigotsky at 5-2. 5-3 for Ivan Rudenko over Darren Appleton. It was 5-1 there at one point for the Ukrainian. Mohamed Soufi 4-1 on Michael Oegard. Salvador Garcia. Now this has to be a surprise because we don't know an awful lot about the Spaniard, but he leads Shane Walford 6-1. Liu Riteng and Tim de Ruyter 4-4. Kopin-Yi 6-2 up on Badr Alawadi in a match that began a short time ago. Imran Majid leads Loho Sum 2-1. Oliver Sholnocki and Andy Finnegan from Britain 3-3. The big breaking Mark Beisterbosch is 6-2 up on Jose Alberto Delgado, a former semi-finalist here. We've got some round one losers scores as well for you. Nicholas Doer, who can play this game from right here in Germany. He's 6-4 up on Hai Long Lei, who played in our first match earlier on against Fedor Gorsht. Samir Al-Karim Awi was a no-show, so Norman Bakker goes through. Ronnie Oldervik, he beat Ernesto Ignoni 8-7. And the youngster from Sweden, Walter Lakra, is still involved. He beat Hendrik Franke 8-4. Riku Rompainen, he was a semi-finalist in Helsinki on home soil at the weekend. He leads James Telfer 3-1. And Seo Seoa from South Korea has beaten Sasha Andre Tega 8-4, so congratulations to her. Yannick Pongers 8-5 on Patrick Liu Cao. Matthew Wrigley, who lost to Ralph Suke first up, came through Hill against Samir Alwan. And BJ Usuri. I believe Jeremy is using borrowed equipment, but he did beat Joe Prince 8-7, so he remains in the tournament. As does Tony Drago, after an 8-5 win over Farhad Marzi Sharverdi. Robert Hart also still in the tournament because he had a loser's side walkover.
Yeah, Khalid, you can see not too happy. Ball in hand, even though looks like a pretty difficult little layout. Ball in hand always helps on the first few, but take care of a nice grouping up the table, the 4, 5, 6, and 7 later in the rack. Didn't want to accidentally end up short here. This is going to get a little awkwardly thin. The only reason being is he has a nice path, but he's got a kind of blind pocket on the 3. He's got to get the speed right on a very slick table. And he doesn't want to start falling out of line on the pink 4. That may cause problems, not necessarily on the 5, but a little bit of a covered up green 6. See a little shake of the head. I don't know, can he go around the pink here? I thought he has to stay short side, but maybe not. Yeah, that's what happens. That first shot, you start to get out of line and things start to come
The game who were better equipped. Yes, it was a straightforward hook, but the way it's dropped, this is real trouble.
Yeah, it appears he's gotten the most out of it, but Khalid does not seem too unhappy, so there must be a little space between the cue ball and brown 7 just to get the kicking angle to the bottom cushion.
He is not complaining about that one.
Does he bank the pink above the 9 here? Okay, he played it the other way. Gonna leave a gap though. Looks like a safety. Kind of awkward cueing to edge the ball and run the cue ball. It may kick behind this. Yeah, and some would say that was a little bit lucky, but that was totally by design to cut the purple. That way the cue ball went over the left side rail and the purple went more of the end rail. Had a chance to maybe fluke it in the left, or excuse me, the right middle.
Yeah, sort of a semi-fluke.
Yeah, give it a chance. There's so many different ways you can play that kick from behind. This is going to be a little thin. It's going to get him a nice one on the purple 5. Now he's got to find a pocket for the 6, and maybe it goes between the 7-8. Little field goal to the upper left. It's actually a good look from there that we could see the 6 does split between 7 and 8, so shouldn't be too much cue ball movement here. Just wants to get as straight as he can.
Al Benouchen successfully keeping Khalid Al Ghamdi at bay. He's 4 racks ahead. He leads 7-3. Just watching the Gary Wilson match against Ayub I on table 1. It's quite amusing actually, because in Northern England, where Gary is from, Ayub is a greeting. How you doing, pal? That kind of thing. Hey up. And that's the name of the player he's up against. Won the first rack nicely, did Wilson. Didn't get any joy from his break in the second, though. And that's why the rack is up for grabs, although he's just played a very good snooker there. I think he's taken to 9-ball far better than any other snooker player.
Yeah, and I think he's, of course, played more of it of late than any other snooker player, but I think it's just maybe the effort he puts in while he's playing it and maybe getting prepared for it.
I think he really enjoys it. Of course, he's got a big engagement coming up out in China at the Xi'an Grand Prix, which is a inaugural world ranking event. First prize £177,000, which is around, well, a little over $200,000.
Yeah, huge event. When's that?
That starts, I think it's the same week as the US Open pool.
Okay, and then they go from there to Saudi, I guess, right?
Yeah, the event in Saudi, world ranking event, where the first prize is £500,000, over $600,000 US dollars.
Yeah, and you can see a little point of the finger, and again, we'll get a replay. Watch the 9 just trickle out, and again, that tells us there's a ball not quite attached as it should be. I think this is difficult to get the safety, really. Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, didn't like anything about that. Yeah, I like this. Going towards the side. The draw on the corner is off the corner. The lower right corner as well. So just stay away from any awkward cueing. Here's the 5. The purple 5 has 2 pockets on the lower end, so let's be about getting on the 4, maybe in the right middle here in a couple shots. Gonna roll this to the side rail. Now he took a lot of angle here, so he's gonna come around the 6, playing the pink 4 in the same pocket as the 2 and 3.
Well, to say that was mistimed would be an understatement. What a mystery shot that was.
Yeah, well, he really, really let up on the stroke. Really, he caught the 3 a little thick because of it as well. But I thought it was an odd shot on the 2, really, to get that much angle. I would have figured Albin, as tidy as he is with the cue ball, plays a little heavier on the 3 and plays the 4 in the right middle. But gonna play a safety run the cue ball 2 cushions down below the 9. Never misses that speed, really, does he? Always on point with the cue ball and the object ball.
Two 2-0 for Gary Wilson over A-up I. Wilson's opponent potted the 7 at speed, scratched by screwing into the middle pocket, leaving Wilson with the easiest task to knock in 8 and 9. Just another reminder, the Wilson Iron match is currently taking place on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, as indeed are all contests on Table 1 this week. Oh, the side on the cue ball worked in Al Ghamdi's favour there.
Yeah, I liked him taking the jump cue out of his hands there and going with the kick. Thought there was a lot more future with the kick shot than the jump.
Al Ghamdi's first look there was to see whether the 4 would pass the 8. It does not. And quite frankly, Jeremy, that was a nothing shot.
Yeah, I think he was, took the heat a little bit there, looking at 7-3 score, thinking he had to make a big ball. That was a difficult shot, and I thought he'd just chip off the other side and run safe, really, but maybe just a little disgusted about some early misses. Albin kind of a little elevated here. Was he forcing forward past the 6? 2 cushions. It appeared the 5 did go by the 8, but somewhat tight.
Well, gesticulations are not in short supply in this match, are they? Even when he has the slightest inconvenience, he's throwing his arms in the air. This should be okay, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's so close to it, it doesn't take hardly any angle to move over. And if he doesn't have angle, he can draw behind the 7. So really, not much of a worry, and certainly nothing to complain about. Like you said, though, at the beginning, a perfectionist. Albin Ouschan, and what a tough sport to play as a perfectionist. All right, he's going to go forward 1 rail, maybe 2. Get on the hill here after 11 games with a huge lead at 8-3 over a very fine player.
Yes, Ouschan on the hill. And really the story of this match was penned early on when Khalid Al Ghamdi went 5-1 behind through missing 3 relatively straightforward balls. I think the most hurtful for him when he was 2-1 down, and he hung the 5 ball. subsequently missed another couple of pots into that same target. And ever since he's been unsuccessfully playing catch-up. Now he has to win the last 6 racks to pull this out of the fire, and at the moment it's hard to believe he can do that playing as he has been.
Well, you know, it really hasn't ever gotten any flow going. There was a little bit early, like you said, though. Some misses stopped that. And kind of gaining some momentum. And of course, Albin Ocean, he'll kind of make that momentum hard to gain as well.
Yes, you don't win 2 World Championships if you're not a reliable frontrunner. Another result to give you. Dimitris Lakatos from Greece has beaten Daria Saranchuk of Ukraine 9-3. How about this for a scoreline? Salvador Garcia on the hill against Shane Walford, 8-2.
Yeah, Shane had a pretty close one in his first match. Not too close in this one. Looks like he's going for this too, to the lower left. Cue ball's got to slow down or maybe bump the 4, and it has. He's wondering how he caught the 6 there on the cut on the 2, but he hit the 2 a little thick to the pocket. That's why he caught a piece of the 6 unexpectedly.
In terms of difficulty, though, that's one of the best pots he's pulled off in the entire match. And I think although he held his hand up in a etiquette kind of way to say sorry about the luck he had being on the 3, look at it the other way. I think he would have been unlucky not to be on the 3.
Yeah.
And this could be the end.
Yeah, such an open part of the table there at the top. Sorry, Phil. Yeah, just a draw stroke away, it appears. I think the 7 goes by the 9, the 6 near. I think he's pretty perfect here as well. Not sure if he goes to the rail here or not. I even bumped the 6 a bit more down. You could see definitely a bit more speed on these tables than we saw at the UK Open.
Winding the angle with a touch of side. The winner of this match in winners qualification will take on Tim de Ruyter of the Netherlands or Liu Riteng of Chinese Taipei. De Ruyter leading that one 7-5 at the moment. Here, Auschen 4 balls away from victory.
I feel like the rails have livened up here in the last 2 or 3 games. And he got into that a little bit, but you know, watch the way the cue ball reacted. It seemed like maybe a little bounce off the cushions. I feel a little more AC moving now throughout the room, and that can certainly liven the rails up. May make a both here.
Well, he's made the one that counts. The 9 ball into the corner pocket. It is the winning 9 ball, the decisive pot. And Albin Auschen comes through 9-3 against Khalid Al-Ghamdi. Al-Ghamdi still going because he goes to the 1 lost side of the draw. It is double elimination early in this European Open. But no such worries for Albin Auschen. The champion here in 2022 progresses quite comfortably. Next up on this main table, it is match 6 of the day. Michael McMullen and Carl Boys will be back commentating for you. It is Liu Qianheng of Chinese Taipei against the great Filipino hero from the World Cup last year, Johan Chua. Should be one to savour. That's coming your way in around 5 minutes' time.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's got it!
And it would be the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Year. Kopen Yi, who was in main table action earlier today, on the hill now at 8-4 against Badr Alawadi, and just as I say that, Ko has won, former world champion prevailing by 9 racks to 4. Imran Majid, very experienced British player in his 50s now, 4-3 up on the former World Masters runner-up, Lo Ho Sum. Mark Boisterbosch, who was a runner-up in the Spanish Open last year, is level at 6-all with Jose Alberto Delgado, who's been to the last 4 of this event in the past. And Darren Appleton, seen it all and done most of it, has a 7-6 lead against Ivan Rudenko of Ukraine. Matches going on at the moment on both the winners and losers sides of the draw. It is double elimination until we get down to that final 64. And from there on Friday morning, all the way to the finish on Sunday night, it will then be single elimination. The other score you can see there, Gary Wilson leading IUP-I of Germany by 4 racks to 0 at the moment. And that is the match we're going to be looking in on very shortly. Jani there of Finland, 6-4 lead over Ivan Coelho of Portugal. So, I believe I is out of the arena. Gary Wilson is at the table, waiting for him. So we will go to that match in just a moment. Stijn van Boning still to be in action later today. He's already had a match and indeed a win. We'll be playing shortly again against Ricardo Gutjahr. Van Boning is a couple of racks away from winning this title in its inaugural year of 2022. So, it is Gary Wilson flying at the moment against IUP-I, leading by 4 racks to 0. Carl Boyes alongside me, and not one of the better breaks from Gary Wilson, but since he made the move
And obviously I've played the UK Open this year. The break, it's not as easy as sometimes these players make it look. It's very easy to just miss-hit that cue ball, and then that affects where the one ball goes.
IUP-I is one of 46 Germans in the starting field for this event. Far more than any other country. Next highest is the British contingent with 24. Should have been 25, Carl. You should have been out there.
24 Brits, did you say?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 17 from the Netherlands and 15 from Greece. Well, that's just horrible, isn't it? What else can you say?
Yeah, he was stretching a little bit. Took his eye off the pot. Well, we're talking about the break shot. Let's have a look at Mr. Wilson with the short cue. Jumping over the edge of the red 3. Made the ball, didn't get on the 2.
Yeah, you talk about him playing the jump shot, and we mentioned his break earlier. If you know Gary Wilson at all, and we both know him, I've known him for about 20 years now, you would know that he wouldn't bother coming to these pool events unless he got on top of those things to some extent and had worked on them and was willing to continue working on them to make them better. Such a competitive guy who expects so much of himself.
Yeah, we can all see that the safety shot has gone wrong. Left a pot. All about the red 3 though, that's awkward. Just sat above that 9 ball. Still not ideal. I was looking at playing the bank. You have to do something with the cue ball though. And it looks like if the cue ball rolls forward, it may double hit.
So it was at the UK Open 2 years ago that we first saw Gary Wilson playing pool, and he won 3 matches before going down to Albin Ocean, with a sense of inevitability really, but by the time he played in it again the following year, he was able to beat some pretty good players, including Naoki Oi, and he ended up in the last 16. He was right in it, well into the match against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who had just recently won the World Championship, only lost 10-5 in the end. It isn't the first time he's been to Fulda for the European Open, because he did come and play in it last year and actually beat Mark Boisterbosch, who earlier that summer had come within 1 rack of winning the Spanish Open. Wilson eventually lost in the last 32 to Wojciech Szewczyk.
Not left a great deal here. He may be tempted playing the bank into the side pocket. Cue ball will probably at the 6 if he does choose that option. That's what he's lining up. Watch out, cue ball scratch, off the 7. Don't blame him for playing safe there.
Last time we saw Gary Wilson in pool action was at the UK Open in Telford in May. Made it to single elimination, then knocked out Dennis Graba, and so nearly knocked out Albin Ocean in the last 32. Eventually got overtaken by 10 racks to 9. The fact that he played Ocean in the same event 2 years earlier and lost 9-2, indication of how far he's developed as a pool player. For both of these players, it's their first match in this tournament because they both had walkovers earlier today. Gary Wilson's opponent, Fraser Patrick, had to withdraw. And likewise for IOP I's scheduled American opponent, Lucas Fracasso Werner. I know you like to pretend you're not a good snooker player, Carl, but I know very much to the contrary. So you're pretty well placed to comment on it. What do you think is the hardest thing for someone who's played snooker all his life, like Gary Wilson, in terms of trying to adjust to coming over to this game?
I think first things first, you've got to get a cue that you're happy with, because most snooker players pick up a pool cue and just hate them. Obviously a snooker player is so used to their one cue, really, aren't they? They keep it for such a long time, as where pool players just take the shaft off, put another one on it, change books, weights, seemingly every tournament. So I think you've got to get the right cue. I think Gazzy's on probably his 10th cue now. He's gone to it's a Chinese 8-ball cue, which is basically a thicker snooker cue. And I think in snooker you play a lot of shots where you sort of stun your way around the reds, don't you? Around the black and the pink, and little stun shots. That's where we pool, really. If you look at the top boys, they spin the cue ball a lot. They let the cue ball do all the work. Obviously kicking, they may be probably hitting hoping a bit more than trying to play an exact kick shot.
So the missed 6 from Wilson, giving I as good a chance as he could have asked for, really, to get his first rack on the board. Not just in this second round match, but in the tournament, because, as I say, his first round match ended up not being played. But you know what? He may leave himself with sort of 9 that might just test his nerve, given his obvious inexperience at this sort of level. Well, that's actually not bad at all, so doesn't have that much distance to the 9, so really should make this. High up high, bundles in the 9 ball. Gary Wilson's lead trimmed just a little to 4-1. Mark Bijsterbosch also on the hill now, 8-6 against Jose Alberto Delgado. Oliver Szolnocki going well, former World Championship semi-finalist. About crossing over from snooker, and he's been playing a lot the last few weeks. He was involved in the big tournament in Shanghai, and he's also been playing a couple of qualifiers for further tournaments in China coming up shortly. Did qualify for both. Remarkably, they both went to the final black, so he's been playing a lot of snooker recently and going to take an adjustment.
Yeah, a bit of a hit and hope, wasn't it? Sometimes you feel you've got to take that option. Cue ball needs to keep going. Yep, he's on it. Good positional shot.
Just to say, we are looking in here on this match while we wait for play to start on the main table between Johan Chua and Liu Chen Hung. Now that match was on the schedule for 6:30 local time, which is about, what, 40 minutes from now. I think all those times are put in on a sort of not before basis originally, or certainly, I suppose, perhaps more appropriately, not after this time. But when there's a gap like that, I think they tend to move them forward. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that one starting shortly. But we'll stay with this for the time being. There is a shot clock on the main table, but not on any of the others. And seeing it having its impact there. Look at how long High Up Eye spent. I suppose I might say, Carl, giving that shot a good eye up.
I knew one would come soon enough. Yeah, I think Johan Chua has just entered the arena.
Yeah, so they'll have their warm-up and we'll be with that one in just a few minutes' time. Mark Boisterbosch has won 9-6 against Jose Alberto Delgado. So through he goes to winner's qualification to face either Chris Alexander or Konrad Yusushin.
It was a good effort.
Another winner to tell you about is Mohamed Soufi, 9-5 over Michael Ågaard of Norway. Soufi, who had a good World Championship once again. He'll now play Salvador Garcia, who raised a few eyebrows with that win over Shane Wolford by 9 racks to 3 a little earlier this afternoon here in Germany. When we first came here back in 2022, it was on a 3-year deal, so this is the last of those stagings, but positive noises being made already this week locally about the prospect of extending, not just into next year, but for another 3 years.
Nice jump shot. This is actually trickier than the jump shot the next shot he's faced with.
News of a hill finish, of which we seem to have had plenty today. Now on table 22 between Lou Ri Teng and the Dutchman Tim de Ruyter. De Ruyter has just levelled that at 8-all. Winner to play, Albin Ocean.
Oh, that was a good shot as well. Had to play it with a bit of left English. Helps the cue ball spin round the table. 2 nice shots there. Can he get the job done here?
It's become such a cliche to say it, but he does definitely look more settled since he got his first rack on the board. Great chance now. Add another.
Watch out, cue ball. Oh, disaster right at the very end.
Yeah, and that is just heartbreaking for him. Get back to 4-2. He might feel he's still in the contest. As it is, he's given ball in hand and the easiest of nines. Gary Wilson out of his chair only very briefly there to clinch a 5-1 lead. Darren Appleton still looking for one more, leading 8-7 against Ivan Rudenko, one of 4 Ukrainian players in the field. Janiuski just ahead of Ivan Coelho, that one's 7-6. Low host Sum has just levelled at 5-all with Imran Majid. And Oliver Sholnoki of Hungary is now on the hill at 8-3 against Andy Finnegan. All those matches on the winner's side come through that round. You're then one away from single elimination.
Well, that answered your question from earlier on. Good break. Puts the 1 ball.
Am I right in thinking, Carl, that you gave Wilson a bit of instruction when he was first starting to play? Or was that Stuart Bingham maybe? You took him off for half an hour before one of the tournaments?
I don't think it was Gary. I saw it when, I wouldn't say helped, but when Judd Trump played US Open, I took a load of cues to him, just let him hit balls and just a few little pointers here and there, but like anything just takes time, doesn't it? There's no substitute for just getting out there and playing, and that's what Gary's been doing really when he can. When he doesn't have a snooker tournament, he don't mind playing in what he can, does he? Well, second best prize.
There's a saying in football that's become an overused cliche: never write off the Germans. And you know what? I think it could apply to the European Open as well, because we get so many of them in the field who maybe we're not that familiar with, but there's such a strong local scene here. There always seem to be a few players, since we've started this tournament, who turn up, not much is expected of them, and produce a good performance against a top player, or maybe win a match or two against lower ranked players. Now, even with someone like IOP, who we don't know much about, you can never rule them out before a match starts. There's a lot of strength and depth in this country.
Can he pot the pink ball? Even if he can. He's got problems on the green 6 as well. Too much body movement on the shot.
Yeah, it was so obvious, wasn't it? There was just so much of it. Yeah, not really happening for Gary Wilson either, is it? Strange thing to say maybe about a player who's 5-1 up, but if you've been watching the match with us, you'll know what I'm getting at. Here's the thing though, Gary Wilson does get through this. His likely opponent in winner's qualification will be no less than Shane Van Boening. Now he still has to get past Ricardo Gutjahr, starting shortly on table 15.
See the plan there, couldn't you? He was trying to use the 9 and the 6. Looks a very old jump cue, doesn't it? Something that was on the scene about 20 years ago. That's what it used to look like. Now it's all carbon fibre.
Well, maybe he should put it away for another 20 years after that shot.
Well, the other bad news as well is he's moved that 6 ball away. I think he should have kicked at the 4 ball, because as long as you hit the pink 4, you've still got a tricky green 6 ball, haven't you? No, he hasn't.
Just talking about the old looking jump cue there, Carl. Who among the players is the one who's got the deep knowledge of cues and how they've developed and how they've changed over the years? Is there any player who's the go-to guy to talk to about that?
Oh, good question. Yeah. You might say Earl Strickland, to be fair. He's the one who seems to always innovate cues and different lengths and thickness and put tennis grips on and all sorts, doesn't he?
Well into his 60s now, of course. He's been around long enough to see so much change and evolution. Back in the present day, Gary Wilson now leading IOPI by 6 racks to 1. Darren Appleton, another player who's been around for quite some time. He's going to be around on the winner's side a bit longer because he's beaten Ivan Rudenko of Ukraine by 9 racks to 7. Could now play Jason Shaw, another of the great British stars of recent times. Shaw will be starting shortly on table 2 against Lu Hai Chan. And Oliver Szolnoki, the sole Hungarian player in the field, is also a winner, 9-3 over Andy Finnegan. 1 in the side again from Wilson.
Did it open up? Can he get to the potting angle? Certainly goes in the corner. Yep, that's where he's gone. It's gone right in the middle as well.
They are now warming up on the main table, so we will be getting to that very shortly. Johan Chua against Liu Chen-hung. It was 20 years ago this week that Gary Wilson won the World Under-21 Snooker Championship. Then he went on to the professional tour and didn't really work out for him. So he fell off, stayed off for 7 years, was doing normal jobs, and got back on and really made the most of his second attempt at it. He's now won 3 ranking tournaments. He's been to the World Championship semi-final. And although I think it's probably just a coincidence, it is interesting to note that by far his best days on the snooker tour have come since he started playing a bit of pool on the side. He's played some good pool there. He now leads IUPI by 7 racks to 1. Just needs a couple more to advance, potentially to a meeting with SVB. Looks like it's a long deciding rack on table 22 between Lou Riteng and Tim de Ruyter. As indeed, deciding racks often are, particularly when there's no shot clock, as there isn't anywhere here apart from the main table. That will all change at the weekend when everything's on the shot clock, once we get down to the last 16.
That is the one good thing about these open events, Michael. The fact that it gives players like IUP a chance to, you know, play in one of these big night ball tournaments. And who'd have thought it'd be here playing a snooker player?
Well, there have been some very successful crossovers, haven't there? Tony Drago, perhaps the most successful of all, is playing here this week. World Masters winner and made his impact on the Mosconi as well. You could argue maybe even more successful, although he never won any of the very big tournaments in pool, was Steve Davis, because he played in so many tournaments, including many Mosconis over a very long period. Most of that while he was still pretty high up the snooker rankings as well.
Yeah, that's ball in hand. He didn't make contact.
As I said, Wilson not looking entirely dialed in, but sometimes in this game, perhaps that can be hard to do when the opponent is clearly of a much lower caliber. Not being put under any significant pressure. Gary Wilson, as I was saying, was due to play Fraser Patrick earlier. Coincidentally, Patrick is a former professional snooker player himself. When we last saw him at the UK Open back in May, he played another snooker star, Stuart Bingham, in the first round there. Beat him 9-0. Still keeping an eye on Imran Majid, veteran British player. Leading 6-5 against former World Masters runner-up Loh Ho Sum from Hong Kong. Yeah, never got near that really, and it's left another opening for Wilson. One decent shot here, and looks like a fairly straightforward run to the hill.
Yeah, it never looked in. As soon as the 4-ball started to go towards that corner, it just felt like he'd cued it badly.
So eye up eye at the table, but Gary Wilson, despite a few bad shots in the last couple of racks, looking the very likely winner. 7-1 in that. We'll let you know how it turns out, but let's now get over to the main table, get things underway between Liu Chen-hung and Johan Chua. For Johan Chua, this is actually the start of his campaign for the European Open title, because earlier today he was due to face the Belgian Kevin Lanoy, but he was a withdrawal, so Chua got a bye through to this round. So Johan Chua, experienced player, World Cup winner last year, and a player who's been in fine form with several very good showings in various tournaments over the last number of months. Big favourite to win this match. It's a match that he's going to start. So what do we normally expect to see from the Chua break, Carl?
Yeah, he's a very good breaker of the balls. We've just seen it there in rack 1. And you can see the difference, can't you? When you do pot the 1, and you just give it, you know, a bit more pace than what we've been seeing, you do seem to get more open splits. I know he doesn't have a shot, but there's no balls tied up. Tempting is an opponent here with a pot off the rail.
Liu Chen-hung has played a match already today against the American Robert Hart. Won by 9 racks to 3.
knocked the pot in with ease, but completely misjudged the cue ball.
Not a familiar player, Carl. Can you tell us anything at all about him?
No, I've actually never seen him, Michael. Something tells me, I've just got a feeling he's going to be able to play the game at a pretty good level.
I know he has been to the last 64, one of the smaller world ranking events, but that's about as much as I can say about him. Other than the fact that he's just given up ball in hand here early in this opening rack. So Johan Chua from the Philippines. 9 Philippines players in the draw. A number of them, though, didn't make it here because of travel and visa-related issues. Chua, 32 years of age now. He's 13 to concentrate on the game and has been playing as a professional since his late teens. One of those guys, maybe a bit like a Catchy or a Filler. You look at their age and you just can't believe it because it just feels like they've been around for such a long time. Started showing well in big international events around a decade ago, Chua.
Well, that might be the easiest ball Chua's ever missed, Michael. That's incredible.
Yeah, it looked like we were heading for a very swift finish to the opening rack. Looks even easier on the replay. That is amazing. You can see he's seething inside. Nice chance to capitalise on the ball in hand. Send a message to his opponent about what a tough school he's operating in here. He passes it up by missing the easiest of 8s. And so, Liu Chen-hung, very unexpectedly, ends up winning the first rack. News of another Hill finish. Jan Ioski has just drawn level with Ivan Coelho. So that one's 8-all now. They're still playing between Liu Riteng and Tim de Ruyter. Feels like that last rack has been going on for a really long time now. Imran Majid 7-6 up on Loh Ho Sum. David Vu of the host nation leading 7-2 against Dritar Bajrami of North Macedonia. A number of matches just getting started now in this round, including Wojciech Szewczyk, a semi-finalist at the World Championship earlier this summer. In fact, he's just taken the opener against Ruslan Ostrovsky of Ukraine. So, strange finish to the opening rack. Now we'll see an easier ball than that missed, certainly by a leading player, in the entirety of this European Open. Liu Chen-hung made Chua pay for it. He leads 1-0 and he's breaking.
See, missing the 8 ball the way Chua did it won't actually worry him, because it's one of them ways he'll be sat in his chair just thinking, what did I do there? It won't like a pot where, you know, it's like a big pot, big moment of the match. Very easy to shake that type of miss off.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not like you'd expect him to go and miss one of those balls again. If you miss a difficult shot, you might then, I suppose, be a bit in fear the next time you face a shot like that, but next time he faces an 8 like that, don't think he's going to be thinking, oh, I missed one of these earlier, it's going to happen again. So yeah, should put that behind him very quickly.
Yeah, and of course, not only is he trying to win the tournament, he's desperate to get in the Reyes Cup, isn't he?
Yeah, the first ever staging of that Europe versus Asia contest coming up in just a couple of months now. Lucius Yap has already been confirmed as the first automatic qualifier, so the race is on now to be the next, and Johan Chua is very well placed to do it because he leads the race for the automatic spot that will be decided at the end of this tournament. And the only way he can miss out on it is if one of the other contenders wins the tournament, because you even look at Robbie Capito, the UK Open champion, who's next to him on the list. If he was to finish runner-up, it still wouldn't be enough to catch Chua.
Yeah, he'd be desperate to make the team, wouldn't he, to play in the first ever Reyes Cup over in the Philippines.
I remember when it was announced, confirmed I guess, because I think we all knew it was coming, when we were in Germany, in fact, back in April for the World Masters, that the Reyes Cup was going to be starting later this year. You and I and Jeremy sat during one of the commentaries, I think it was during the final of the World Masters, talking about who the 5 might be for the Asian team, and nobody could get it down to anything less than about 8 or 9, because you'd name your 5 and then you'd suddenly think of someone else who could be a great addition to the team. It's so open and so competitive, much more so, I'd say, than either of the Mosconi Cup teams are. Should have won the first, he has won the second. Johan Chua levels at 1 rack apiece. Lou Ri Teng was a couple of racks away from a place in the quarter-finals of the UK Open in Telford back in May. The man who knocked him out was Albin Ocean, and it looked for a long time this afternoon as though he'd get another shot at Ocean here in Fulda. But Tim de Ruyter has overtaken him and beaten him in a marathon-deciding rack. De Ruyter the winner by 9 racks to 8. Gary Wilson, 7-2 up now on Eye Up Eye on the match that we were watching before we got to this one. Jason Shaw has lost the first rack to Lu Hai Chan. Oscar Dominguez played in several Mosconis for the US. Most recent of them just a couple of years ago, leading 2-0 against Ramazan Akdag of Turkey. Gary Wilson looks as though he's going to get to the hill. He's got an absolutely simple 9 in the side. which he has just dispatched to lead IOPI by 8 racks to 2.
Ben Taylor for Fuentes taking an awful long time to rack the balls here. I'm not sure what's going on.
I heard him talking to the players there. I think there was some issue about something. I think there might be a problem with the shot clock. Ironic, really. We've been talking about how much it's speeded up the game, bringing the shot clock in on the main table right from the start, and here it's delaying things. While we wait for that to be resolved, a reminder that the US Open is only a couple of weeks away. Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City hosting it for the 4th year in a row. Ko Ping Chung there, the man in the middle, you can see. Won 10 racks in a row to beat Federer Gorst 13-6 in the final last year. He just played so well on that final day, across both the semi-final and the final. And he'll be defending his title in, what is it? 13 days from now. So, everything resolved now. We're on with rack 3. Made the one in the side off his break in the opening rack, but not this time.
Don't know if he can roll this ball slow enough to hold for the blue 2. If he can, he might try and bump the red 3. Yeah, that's what he tried. 2 for 1, and he's on the blue 2. That's okay.
And his compatriot Liu Hai Chan is going well. Table 2 against the Hanoi Open champion and this year's European Mosconi Cup captain Jason Shaw. Liu, told you earlier, won the first rack, now won the second as well. Imran Majid is now on the hill, 8-6 against Loh Ho Sum. Well, you said you had a feeling, Carl, that once we'd seen a bit of this guy, we'd realise he could play. Looking good here. This, say, pretty much with certainty, is going to be 2-1. Looks like he's certainly got the tools to at least significantly trouble Chua in this match. Hu Chen Hung leads for the second time at 2-1. Now that other hill finish that was going on is also now completed. Jani Uski of Finland has turned it round, come from behind to beat Ivan Coelho of Portugal by 9 racks to 8. Uski will now go through to winners qualification to face Do Tae Kien of Vietnam with a very impressive 9-2 win over the experienced Austrian Max Lechner. earlier this afternoon. Nick Malai of Albania. Seen a lot of him over the years. He's won the first 2 racks against Tsipolateas Panagiotis of Greece. 15 Greek players in the lineup. They do seem to be sending more and more players to these events over the last year or two. Obviously we're well used to Alex Kazakis being a big figure on the international stage. Nikos Economopoulos as well has big reputation. Plenty of talent, it seems, elsewhere in the Greek nation. 2-1 here to Lou.
Possible rail first here. Obviously, if he feels he can force it down, he won't bother with the rail first. Oh yeah, he had angle. Had to force it a little bit, to be fair. Cue balls ended up perfect as well. Lots of cue power. Actually overdone it.
Extension.
He's actually done really well there. He's been fortunate, we know that, to get on the purple 5, but what a pot with the bridge.
Started the year at number 60 in the world rankings. He's now all the way up to 14th, but of course he had a very good world championship and the points on offer there were absolutely colossal. That said, I do think a ranking of 14 is probably much more reflective of how good a player he is than ranking position has generally been over the last couple of years. Did play a fairly full schedule in the Matchroom events in 2023, and in terms of the individual tournaments, I would have to say he was actually a bit of a disappointment. He didn't go deep in any of them. Some good wins, including one against Jason Shaw here in winners qualification, but he ended up going out in the last 32 to Aloysius Yap. So yes, he won the World Cup last year with the Philippines, but in terms of individual Matchroom events, he wasn't able to put together a proper run in any of them. So Johan Chua continuing the pattern here. He's gone behind twice, and on both occasions he's drawn level. So it's 2-all. David Vu of Germany on the hill against Dritar Bajrami of North Macedonia, 8 racks to 4. And Imran Majid has won. Now in his 50s, he got to the last 32 here in Fulda last year. He's beaten Loho Sum by 9 racks to 6. Big task though to make it through undefeated to single elimination, because to do that he will have to beat Ko Pin Yi. All these guys coming through undefeated today, Carl, they won't play again now for a couple of days, whereas all those who advance from tomorrow's play will then have to come straight back and play the next day. But I guess with pool players who are so used to just playing so many matches one day after another, and several of them in the same day, it's no real advantage, is it, to have that day off?
No, not really. I suppose the weather's nice, you can go for a walk. Fulda's a beautiful place to come, isn't it, Michael? You know, there's a lot going on outside this arena. Loads of restaurants and coffee shops. Just go and enjoy yourself for the day. You wouldn't really want to sit in here all day and watch it if you were still in the tournament. You know, that won't really happen.
Well, it's not exactly been a masterclass in breaking so far this match. Seen a lot of chances being left off the break for the incoming player.
Thin pot here, he's got to avoid the 9 ball, so he'll play this with right hand English, come above the 9. Didn't avoid the 9.
Unfamiliar territory this for Liu Chen Hung, playing on the main table at a matchroom event. And he looks absolutely fine with it at the moment. And almost certainly he's going to lead for the 3rd time in this match. So the break from Chua came up dry. Liu Chen Hung has done the rest, and he does indeed lead once again by a single rack at 3-2. Conrad Yasusin has won the first against the British player Chris Alexander. Sullivan Clark of New Zealand has won the first rack against Adam Stankovic. Ko Ping Chung, who'll be defending the US Open title in a few weeks, leads Sami Erkan Koylu of Turkey 1-0. Emil Andre Gangflo has taken the first couple of racks against British player Jason Simmons. Ernst Schmidt of Germany leading the Scottish Open champion Duong Quoc Wang of Vietnam by 3 racks to 0. Jason Shaw is having early problems in his match against Lu Hai Chan. He trails 4-0. Gary Wilson's come up and is standing right behind us in a very threatening manner, Carl. He obviously heard what we said about some of those balls he missed earlier.
Yeah, he flew straight up them stairs to see us, didn't he?
Yeah, beat Eye Up Eye of Germany by 9 racks to 2 in the end. And now, I don't know if you know this, Gary, but the likelihood is you're going to be playing Shane Van Boening in the next round. Seems he did know. 1-1 in Van Boning's match at the moment against Ricardo Gutjahr on table 15. Here on the main table, Liu Chen Hung leading 3-2.
Wow, might be the strangest break we've ever seen. What happened there?
Well, I was going to ask you to explain that. That's just bizarre movement and trajectory from the one ball.
Well, I said early on, didn't I, Michael, that Ben, the referee's having a mare racking the balls, but I've never seen anything like that, ever.
Yeah, not surprising he took his time over that. He knew he played it well. It could really lock the rack. A testing shot. Good news for him. It could have turned out an awful lot worse. Shane Van Boening is now 2-1 down to Ricardo Gutjahr.
It's close, you know. Yeah, good bank.
One of 10 players representing Chinese Taipei in the field this week, Liu Chen Hung.
Has he come a little bit too far with the cue ball because he's got to get down bottom of the table for the purple 5.
of a turn up for the books, this, really. Chua would have gone in as a big favourite. But we see it so often, particularly from big pool-playing countries like Philippines and Chinese Taipei, as I was saying. Players who we don't know a huge amount about. And then they come and play on the world stage and they've got a lot of ability. You think of Anton Raga in this tournament last year, and okay, he was known within the pool world, but really only among proper hardcore people, and then he ends up almost winning the tournament. And just as I'm saying all that, Liu Chen-hung has missed a 7, almost as bad as the 8 that Chua missed into the same pocket earlier. Oh, what a chance that was. It's been so closely matched in the early stages here. That was a chance to go 2 clear for the first time, and then all of a sudden you're breaking with a chance to start pulling away a bit. He's passed all that up now.
He really killed the cue ball there. I'm sure he wasn't trying to play it so soft. I was just about to say, Michael, when I interrupted you, every time I stand up and just look over the balcony, Jason Shaw's playing just to the right of me. I've stood up 3 times and he's been at the table and he's played 3 awful shots every time I've stood up.
Yeah, he did win the 5th rack against Lu Haichan, but it's the only one he's won so far. Shaw trailing 4-1. Back here, Johan Chua looked for all the world like he was going 2 behind at 4-2. But a really unexpected miss on the 7 from Liu Chen-hung. And Chua has taken full advantage. So once again, they're level at 3-all. Such a pity for Tyler Styer to have to pull out after winning those 2 ranking events in the US within the last few weeks. David Wu of Germany was the man who benefited from that by getting a bye through his opening match, and he's really made it count now because Wu has beaten Dritar Bajrami of North Macedonia by 9 racks to 4. He'll now face Oliver Szolnoki of Hungary in winners qualification. Winner of this match will go through to play either Francesco Candela of Italy or Germany's Oliver Horn, and it's Candela leading at the moment by 3 racks to 2. Nick Malai continuing his good start against Sopoliteas Panagiotis. Malai leading 4-0. And it's 2-all between the American Oscar Dominguez and Turkey's Ramazan Akdag. To know really what you can say about what we've seen over the first 6 racks in terms of what indications it might give us as to who's going to win this. Very few pointers on offer at all. It's been erratic stuff so far, and it's 3-all.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Chua's breaking a little firmer than what we've seen so far today.
One other match we'll be keeping a close eye on over the next little while. Eklund Kachi, who was 1 rack away from winning the World Championship in Jeddah back in June, lost the first against Alex Montpellier of France. Oh, hang about.
What a highlight reel shot Chua has just played. He was chasing the 9 with a cue ball. As it come down table, I thought, that looks really close. What a beauty.
And after all the struggles and battles and unexpected misses and mistakes we've seen so far, what a way for Chua to lead for the first time in the match. Only 2 shots needed in that rack. Amazing how quickly things can turn in this game, isn't it? It was only about, let's say, 6 or 7 minutes ago that it looked as though Lou was going to go a couple clear, which neither player has been yet. Now, out of nowhere, he suddenly finds himself behind. Jason Shaw has won another rack, so he's got it back to 4-2 now against Lu Hai-Chan. Ho Ping Chung, the US Open champion, 2-1 up against Samyurkhan Koilu. Ernst Schmidt leading 4-0 over Duong Quoc Huang. Wojciech Szewczyk, world semi-finalist, with a 3-2 lead against Ruslan Ostrovsky.
Long shot on the yellow one, but it's the red 3 ball next. 2 balls disappeared off the break. We'll do well to get position on that red 3 from this ball. Missed it by some way.
So for the first time in the match, Lu Chen Hung is the one doing the chasing. And he couldn't reasonably have hoped for a better chance than this to cross level once again. Shane Van Boning, meanwhile, has won the 4th rack to draw level with Ricardo Gutjahr at 2 each.
Well, just stood up again, Michael. Jason Shaw's on the 1 ball and missed it. That's unbelievable. 4 from 4.
The thing is, Jason's meant to be your mate, and you're ruining his chances. Every time you stand up, he does something wrong.
Incredible.
Well, the story of this match so far really has been mistakes of varying degrees on both sides and the extent to which they've been punished. In that case, it was capitalised on to the full by Lu Chen Hung. And so, for the 4th time, we're level. It's 4-all. Shane Van Boning now leading at 3-2 against Ricardo Gutjahr. Ramazan Akdag 3-2 up on Oscar Dominguez. Francesco Candela, the Italian World Cup player, level with Oliver Horn at 3-all. Wojciech Szewczyk, world semi-finalist, has a 3-2 lead against Ruslan Ostrovsky. Duong Kwok Hwang has won the 5th rack, but it's the only one he's won so far against Ernst Schmidt. The German leading 4-1. Emil-Andre Gangflow has won all of the first 3 against Jason Simmons. Sullivan Clark, who travels further than anyone to play in these tournaments, all the way from New Zealand, leading Adam Stankovic 2-0. 2-all between Chris Alexander and Konrad Yasushин. Jason Shaw's got another one back, 4-3 against Lu Hai Chan, despite Carl's best efforts to ruin it for him. Of course, I'm not sure Sullivan Clark is based in New Zealand anymore, is he? I don't know if you know about that, Carl. I think he may have left.
Oh, really? I wasn't sure about it.
I think I heard someone say that, but we shall find out.
Where's he gone, Michael?
I don't know, I think someone said he had maybe gone to base himself in the US. Either way, he's come a long way to be here, and he's leading at the moment against Adam Stankovic by 2 racks to 0. It's gone 2-all now between Chris Alexander and Konrad Yasushин. I believe it was 2-1 Alexander when last I updated you there. And World Championship runner-up Eklund Kachi has just levelled at 1-all with Alex Montpellier. Has made a ball off the break and has a look at the one in rack 3. That's over on table 1. Here on the main table, flip a coin to try to pick the winner of this one at the moment. For the 4th time, they're level.
Wow, he's just not hitting him with any type of speed whatsoever. I think the referee should give him a warning, Michael. Soft breaking.
There was a word you used to describe another player's breaking at one of the tournaments earlier this year, Carl. Sluggish. I think it would be pretty apt in this case as well.
Yeah, needed some help there, didn't it? It's left this nicely now for Stewart. See James Aranas watching one of the seats. Does he play tomorrow? I've not heard you speak about him today, Michael.
Yeah, Aranas, the partner of Johan Chua in that World Cup win in Spain last year. Philippines took the title for record-breaking 4th time. And yeah, Aranas will be playing against Ramesh Gokul of Guyana first thing tomorrow. You know, we marvelled about how well the Philippines played to win that tournament in Lugo last year, but they still had quite a few close-run things. Even the first match against the holders, Spain, was pretty close. They got through at 7-5, then beat the Spain B team comfortably, really, as you'd expect in round 2. But they went hill-hill in the quarterfinals against Chinese Taipei, again in the semis against Austria. And I remember in the final at one stage, I was having a quick look to see what was the biggest ever margin of victory in a World Cup final, because the Philippines were racing so far in front against Germany, but then Joshua Filler and Moritz Neuhausen did get back into it. I think the final scoreline of 11-7 didn't reflect just how much of a scare the Philippines got towards the end of that. So Liu Chen Hung didn't have a good break, did manage to make a ball off it, but had a bit of a conundrum to figure out after that. Wasn't able to do so. Left Chua an opportunity, and it looks as though he's going to exploit to the full.
Yeah, he's going to give the old Q a little wipe down, I think. Just because the cue balls run a little near the rail, still be fine, of course.
Chua leads once again at 5 racks to 4. Yeah, that's the thing about those shots like the one he left there. We don't think much of it. It's not because it isn't a difficult shot, because it is a bit trickier when it's closer to the rail. It's just because these players are so efficient at making them. And it is the sort of shot you do see missed once in a while. So Chua leading again at 5 racks to 4. Lu Hai Chan has won the 8th rack, preventing Jason Shaw from getting level. Remember, Lu was 4-0 up there. Shaw got it back to 4-3. It's now 5-3. Shaw, obviously one of the best players of the last 10 years or so, but he does go down to some unexpected defeats. He's in danger of one there. Chris Alexander now leading Conrad Yasusin 3-2. Shane Van Boning won 4 racks in a row now against Ricardo Gutjahr, so the former world champion taking control of things a bit at 5-2. Sapoloteas Panagiotis of Greece was 4-0 down against Nick Malai, but he's won a couple now to get back to 4-2. All of those matches on the winner's side. You win in this round, you're 1 away from single elimination. 5-4 Chua. Well, it's the first time that either player has made the one in the side since Chua did so at the very first shot of the match.
Just having a look. Can the cue ball go through the gap? Obviously not. Kicking. Could make this ball if he hits it right in the corner. Maybe the side. It's going close. Hands for Chua. Play this into the top pocket. That gives a better positional play for the pink 4. Once he's done this, there's no real work, is there? The 8 ball's in a nice position. Just play a little stop shot and you're perfect on the 9 ball.
Such a good performance from Chua at the World Championship in Saudi Arabia. Hard to believe that's already 2 months ago. Mohamed Soufi was attracting a lot of attention with the way he was playing, but Chua put paid to him in the last 16. And then had a surprisingly comfortable win against the Spanish Open champion Dang Junhui in the quarters. Eventually bowed out 11-6 to Eklund Kachi in the semi-finals. A great run for him, and of course it could lead on to so many other things. He's now in a position where, with his ranking, he could be looking at playing in the World Masters next spring. He's obviously, as we were saying earlier, given himself a very strong chance of being in the Reyes Cup team, the inaugural staging in Manila, in October. And you know, he's gone on from that World Championship run to do well in a couple of ranking tournaments since. Got to the semis in Dubai, quarters in China. And inconsistency was really his enemy in 2023. As I said, he was beating some very good players, but then not turning that into deep runs in tournaments, but he certainly seems to have found a bit of consistency over the summer of 24. We often see matches, don't we, where one player goes in as big favourite, and then it's close for so much of the way, and then the expected winner just finds something else, moves up a level in the second half of the match and powers away for victory. You could see that happening here if Chua can become the first player to go 2 clear in the match, but he's left himself more work to do in that regard than you would have anticipated. The 9 is made though. Johan Chua becomes the first player to lead by more than a single rack at any stage of this contest. It's now 6-4, and all of a sudden, Chua is just 3 away from victory. Another one on the board for Shane Van Boening, 6-2 now against Ricardo Gutjahr. So that's 5 in a row for the 5-time US Open champion. In fact, he's added another one, 7-2 now for Van Boening. And later this year will break the record for the most Mosconi Cups played in by any player. Declan Catchy has just drawn level for the second time with Alex Montpellier at 2-all. US Open champion Ko Ping Chung is in an early battle with Sami Erkan Koilu. That one's 3-all. Lu Hai Chan has now made it 2 racks in a row, so leads Jason Shaw 6-3. That could be a big story in the offing. We were contemplating the prospect of 2 great British players, Jason Shaw and Darren Appleton, facing each other in an England versus Scotland clash in the next round. Lu Hai Chan may prevent that. Good 10th rack for Chua. All built on making the 1 in the side off the break. Can he power on from here?
Well, the cue ball tried to go in a couple of pockets there. Didn't want to go. But he's breaking okay, he's Chua, isn't he? He's hitting him quite hard. Making the 1. Boy, tough pot here. Even if you do pot it, what do you do on the red 3? I suppose you could roll forward onto the bottom rail and play the hook. It's an option. Wow, glove steady hands for that shot.
Fine shot this from Chua. Calling his extension and using it well. And it's a new era really today, because normally with these big open events we don't have the shot clock until the last 16 when it comes in for all the matches across the different tables. But now it's a new way of doing things. We've got the shot clock on the main table right from the start, and only on the main table. And I think some people raised concerns about that it basically meant you had different players playing under different rules in the same round. But I mean, for the good of the game and for the spectacle, and in terms of trying to build the profile of the sport and attract an audience, it really is the right move.
Yeah, and it benefits the players as well. We always seem to think the first shot we see is the correct shot to play.
I know Jeremy often comments on Shane Van Boening and how when it comes towards the end of a match and the winning line is in sight, and particularly if it's been close going for a lot of the way, Boening sort of seems to disappear into a world of his own, and you can see in his eyes that he's just found this extra level of focus. And we're seeing a bit of that with Chua here. Just like the last rack, left himself a trickier 9 than he would have liked, but this is much more straightforward than the one in rack 10. Never really likely to miss that. So now Johan Chua pulled away 3 racks in a row. And he only needs a couple more now. It's 7-4 in Chua's favour, and he's starting to play quite nicely. And Duan Kwok Wang from 4-0 down got it back to 4-3 against Ernst Schmidt, but the German has gone 2 clear again by winning rack 8. Francesco Candela of Italy leading 6-3 over Oliver Horn, so looking increasingly likely to face the winner of this one. 2 in a row for Eklund Kachi. He now leads Alex Montpellier by 3 racks to 2. Jason Shaw has got real problems now. 7-3 trails Lu Hai Chan. Like, even when he went a few behind, you might still have made Shaw marginal favourite, but now to trail by 4 at such a late stage of the match, you would have to say Shaw probably become second favourite in that one.
Yeah, just as you said that, he's got himself on the hill.
Yeah, it just flicked over to 8 there, didn't it? So now Shaw going to have to win all of the last 6 racks, or he's off to the loser's side. Have to win 3 matches on that loser's side to make the final 64, and then of course that raises the prospect of facing someone who's come through from the winner's side in the last 64. So big stakes there for Jason Shaw, and he needs a big finish. Shane Van Boening has won 8 racks in a row to close it out against Ricardo Gutjahr. German enjoying his moment in the spotlight when he led 2-1 against one of the greatest of all time, but Van Boening wins 9-2 and will now play Gary Wilson in winners qualification on Thursday.
Yeah, if you do want to check out the draw and stay in touch with all the other matches, all the live scores, just head over to WNTLivescores.com. Every event, every draw, every live score as the racks happen on there.
You know, with your North of England twang, Carl, that almost rhymed. Every draw, every live score. You've got a future in writing advertising jingles. This pool commentary doesn't work out.
Yeah, email me.
Oh, nicely played. Okay, so this could be the start of Lou putting up a response here. Lost all of the last 3 racks. Really is one of those where you feel he's got to make this count. Opponent who's starting to play well and only 1 away from the hill. Good chance to send notice that Lou is still in this.
I think he was playing for the 6 in the side. Not quite hard enough, so may have to go into the corner now.
Whatever happens now, Carl, I think he's shown us enough to suggest that he's someone we're going to be seeing a good deal more of. Made a few mistakes along the way. Missed 1 or 2 balls he perhaps shouldn't have, but then again you could say the same about the much more experienced opponent he's up against, so shouldn't read too much into that.
Yeah, more than capable, that's for sure.
One or 2 anxious moments there, maybe. The 9 doing its best not to come down the table where he wanted it. Should make this. Back to only 2 behind at 7-5. Basically his task was to win 5 of the 6 remaining racks. That's a start. Liu Chen-hung back to 7-5 down. Francesco Candela on the hill. Winner of that plays the winner of this. Candela 8-3 up on Oliver Horn. Emil Andre Gangflow going well at 6-1 against Jason Simmons. Ko Ping Chung has won the 7th rack to edge ahead of Sami Urkan Koilu at 4-3. Alex Montpellier leads again against Eklund Kachi. 4-3 in that one. There's some big stories potentially developing here. Kachi behind. Jason Shaw very much on the brink of defeat. And Johan Chua still with a few things to think about here. As that man is not going away. And there's only a couple of racks adrift at this stage. Jason Shaw needed to win all of the last 6. He has started that quest. Got it back to 8-4 down now against Lu Hai Chan over on table 2. Again, the racking of the balls. You can't see it on the screen there, but I can tell you, it's taking a really long time. Which I guess you have to say isn't helping Lu Chen Hong. He just wants to get on with the next rack.
Yeah, I know the referee's trying to get the balls touching, but it's not that difficult.
And there was a smile there from Lu, but I would suggest it was an impatient smile, let's put it that way. Anyway, all sorted now. Lu breaking, looking to get back to only one behind. Once again, there's a ball left off the break. I've seen this so often in this match.
Yeah, red 3 is the problem area for Chua. The blue 2 is up this end of the table, so you may be able to get an angle to break out 2 balls off this ball. Jason Shaw is still going. He's on the 9 ball, 2 balls on the rail. But he's made it. What score, Michael?
That's 8-5 then. So needed to win half a dozen in a row. So that's 2 done. It was Johan Chua who sent Jason Shaw to the loser side here in Fulda last year. Looking to do the same to Lu Chen Hong here.
Yeah, just trying to use the 8 ball. Bit of an odd shot from Chua, kind of like put himself in a load of trouble. It's amazing how one rack could be so big, you know. We've played quite a lot of racks in this match, but this very rack now is huge, isn't it? Because 8-5 or 7-6, how big of a difference is that scoreline?
So, that rack that you saw Jason Shaw win, what did we say that was to get back to?
You said 8-5, but it must have been 8-6.
Yeah, because on the monitor in front of me it was saying 8-4 at that time. So there's obviously been another one along the way as well, because it's now saying 8-6.
Yeah, I mean, there's not been another one since he potted that 9, because he's at the table off the break. He's only just potted the 1.
So the big comeback could be on.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the table is very, very open, so he's a big favourite to knock these balls in. There's 6 balls left. Trying to find that little gap in between the 8 ball and the brown 7, which he has done. Yeah, it was a classy positional shot there, just to come across. Well, big news. Jason Shaw is about to win another rack.
Hey, he's getting through them very quickly as well, isn't he?
Yep, he did win the rack, Michael. So that's another one on the board.
So what was that? Was 8-3, wasn't it, at one stage? Yeah, so in no time at all, he's won 4 in a row, and well, all of a sudden now, he's the favourite.
Yeah, his opponent has took his time out at a very wise time as well. He's got himself out of the arena.
Shaw's been involved in so many really dramatic matches and big events over the last year or two, on both sides of them as well, sometimes as winner, sometimes as the victim of a late turnaround. Well, we're adding another one to the list there, and he may yet end up winning it. Now, back here, this could be a significant moment, because just when it looked as though Lu Chen Hung might get back to only 1 behind, Chua is back at the table, needing 3 balls to get to the hill. Oh, but he's massively overcut that one.
Wow. Deceleration.
Apologies for the score graphic disappearing off the screen. It is 7-5 to Chua.
I think he's going to have to play the bank shot. Yeah, classy bank. Well, both players have had opportunities in this rack. But he's missed the bank. And it looks like Chua is going to have to take on the bank. If he can thin cut it, he'll probably play the cut, don't get me wrong. Yeah, he's come round to have a look. I think he's quite good at this type of shot. Where's the cue ball going to finish? This needs to keep rolling. Just got there.
Yeah, the difference is, I guess, if he'd played the bank, he would have been pretty much guaranteed position on the 9, as it was there with the very thin cut. He was relying on a bit of good fortune and perhaps a touch of good judgment as well. Well, what an eventful rack that was. Both players, as you say, had let-offs, they had opportunities. Chua is the one who has the rack, and he only needs 1 more now to advance. He leads 8-5. And I can tell you that if he does get through, he will play Francesco Candela, because the Italian who we saw playing in the World Cup in Spain last summer has beaten Oliver Horn of Germany in the last few minutes by 9 racks to 3. Elsewhere, Ruslan Ostrovsky of Ukraine is level at 5-all with world semi-finalist Wojciech Szewczyk. Duong Kwok Wang, who was 4-0 down to Ernst Schmidt, has now won 6 of the last 7 racks and leads 6-5. Emil-Andre Gangflo leads Jason Simmons, the British player, 8-1. So the Norwegian just looking for 1 more. Eklund Kachi has a simple 9 to level with Alex Montpellier at 4-all. Ko Ping Chung has steadily carved out now a 5-3 lead, pulling away a bit against Sami Erkan Koilu. Sullivan Clark may be heading for a whitewash victory, because the New Zealander leads Adam Stankovic of Poland 6-0. Konrad Yasusin just starting to take control perhaps against the British player Chris Alexander. It's 5-3 to the pole. And as we've been saying, Jason Shaw back to only 1 behind now against Lu Hai Chan at 8 racks to 7.
Yeah, the Jason Shaw match could be over. Still 6 balls left on the table.
Yeah, Shaw broke dry in that rack. Left a good chance.
Obviously, you don't want to go into the losers, or the left side of the draw, as some people call it. But that's the beauty of a lot of the pool tournaments we play on the circuit. You get that little one life, don't you, Michael, to get through to the final 64. And many a player have picked up the trophy with a loss next to the name. Fedor Gorst, the world champion, lost in the double elimination rounds in Saudi Arabia. Still won the trophy. Well, big news is Shaw is back at the table. Can't pop the ball, but at least he's got out of the chair.
Meanwhile, back here is Chua looking to come with one big shot to set himself up with a chance to win this. Okay, so Chua's plans did not come to fruition, and it is one last chance for Lu Chen Hung. Needs to win all of the 4 remaining racks.
Let's have a little nosy at the Jason Shaw table. Well, he's on the 7 ball. 3 balls on the table. Is Mr. Shaw?
Yeah, well, he's trying to turn that around. The man he beat to win the US Open in 2017 has got more problems because Eklund Kachi a few balls away from going 5-4 down, perhaps, against Alex Montpellier. That said, Montpellier's now left himself with a horrible little shot on the 7. Back here, Lu Chen Hung. He's just hanging on in this match against Johan Chua. 8-5 looks comfortable enough, especially for a match that was so close for so much of the way. And then 8-6, well, that's the sort of scoreline that starts to put fear into a player. A shot like that will certainly send a bit of a message as well. So pretty plain sailing from here now for Lu to get it back to 8-6.
Shaw has potted the 3 balls. That match has gone hill-hill.
And in no time at all, that's happened as well. From 8-3 down, 5 in a row in 20 minutes? Not much more. And there's still some more pool to be played in this match because Liu Chen-hung, when he came to the table, really must have known he had to take that opportunity. He has, and he's still in this at 8-6. A fairly quick rack that, so can't see much that's changed since I last updated you. Oscar Dominguez got a couple back against Ramazan Akhdag. The American now trailing 5-4. And Nick Malai is on the hill against Sopoliteas Panagiotis. That one is 8-2 now in favour of the Albanian. 6 Albanian players in the field here. Not sure we've ever had that many in an event like this before. Eklenkachi has regained the lead now against Alex Montpellier. He's gone 5-4 in front. And he's had a good break in the next rack. Made a couple of balls. And he's got a simple one, so Kachi perhaps going too clear for the first time in that one.
Yeah, update. Shaw broke off, potted the one ball. Didn't have the easiest of layouts. There was a tricky ball and it was a tricky red 3 ball, but he potted the 2 and knocked it away, and he's at the table now. The table's opened up, Michael. He's got 4 balls left. He's on the green 6.
Meanwhile, back here, is this a big mistake? Once again, it's a dry break with the 1 ball seemingly being left. And this could be a chance for Chua to get this done.
Well, he's on the 9 ball. He's playing it into the side pocket. Cue ball is on the rail, but it's dead straight.
Yeah, that's Jason Shaw we're talking about.
Yeah, and if you can hear the clapping, it's because Jason Shaw has come back and won Hill Hill.
Wow,
9-8.
6 racks in a row in very little time. Shaw the winner there, 9-8, and he will face Darren Appleton for a place in single elimination. Well, perhaps the one wasn't on. Indeed, it may have been a case that Chua didn't fancy trying to get on the 2. Emil Andre Gangflo of Norway can be added to the list of winners. He's beaten Jason Simmons, the British player, by 9 racks to 1. And will now face the winner of that match between Eklenkachi and Alex Montpellier, which I think has just gone 6-4 Kachi. Indeed it has.
Found that gap, didn't he?
Suddenly it's looking a very different contest to the way it was about 10 minutes ago. So a chance here for Liu. If he can win this, he's back to 8-7, then he's breaking with a chance to take it Hill. Set up a decider in which he'd be breaking again. Now I know that's a lot of ifs, and A lot has to be done before he gets to that stage, but just underlines how the opportunities can present themselves even when you're a good bit behind in a match. Sullivan Clark now leading 7-0 against Adam Stankovic. Could achieve a whitewash win to mark his birthday. Ocean, of course, won this title on his birthday 2 years ago.
Didn't see that coming. He may have to play the jump. Possible swerve it. He'll swerve it in towards the bottom rail. Yeah, that way.
Yeah, so there have been a number of times in this match where Liu Chen-hung has perhaps left himself just a slightly harder pot than he needed to. We saw it a couple of shots ago. He had a bit of work to do positionally. In the end, it cost him the shot. And Johan Chua now has a great chance to finish this off. He came into the match as a big favourite. He was behind a number of times early on. Missed an absolute sitter of an 8-ball in the opening rack to get Liu up and running. From 4-all though, Chua did seem to find another gear. He won the next 3 racks for 7-4. He was again 3 clear at 8-5. Liu stayed in the contest by winning the previous rack. He had a chance to really get on Chua's heels in this rack. Just left himself a bit awkward, missed the pot as a result, and it looks as though that's going to be his last involvement in this match. So straightforward 9 then to finish it all off. The World Cup winner from the Philippines, Johan Chua, has defeated Liu Chen-hung by 9 racks to 6. We didn't know much about Liu before the match. Yes, he's made his mistakes in this contest, but at times he showed us enough to suggest that we'll see a good deal more of him in the future. And we'll see Johan Chua in the next round on the winner's side against the Italian World Cup player, Francesco Candela. And so concludes the first day's play on the main table. Still plenty going on. You can have a look over on Matchroom YouTube channels to see the conclusion of the match between Eklund Kachi and Alex Montpellier. World Championship finalist Kachi at the table at the moment, leading 6-4 in that one. And of course, you can keep across all the scores on Matchroom's website. That will give you the link to where you need to go. So, let's see what's happened on this opening day. The world champion Ferrer Gorst got through his first couple of matches. We'll see him in winners qualification. Started it all off against Hai Long Lee on the main table with a 9-2 win, and then claimed another win later in the afternoon. against Dennis Valdecker. What a year Fedor Gorst is having. World champion, World Masters champion, world number one. And surely the favourite to win this European Open. Ko Pin-Yi played Farhad Chaverdi, who had a couple of chances early on, and Ko had a couple of unexpected mistakes. But in the end, it was the former world champion who won that one by 9 racks to 1. Ko Pin-Yi, always a threat in any tournament he plays in. Jason Shaw, well, we've been talking about his great comeback within the last few minutes. Earlier in the day, he set himself up for that match with a comfortable win over Lukas Lubchik on the main table, 9-2. Shaw, a winner of one of these big Matchroom Open titles in Hanoi back in October. And with that win he had later in the day, he claimed his place in winners' qualification. Albin Ocean was the inaugural winner of this tournament 2 years ago. Lido Gandhi made a bit of an impact around that time. With Ocean a comfortable winner there by 9 racks to 3. So we'll be seeing him in the next round as well. And then, of course, just a few minutes ago, Johan Chua pulling away in the closing stages to beat Lu Chen Hung. Thanks for your company on this opening day in Fulda. We will be back at 10 o'clock local time to start it all again on day 2 at the European Open. Bye-bye.